Stop.
Approach. How you doing, Davey? Minutes out, I believe. Bears, don't forget to support the channel. Subscribe. Like. So they'll go on initial. Let me just make some room so I don't. I'm there now. Is it there now? Oh, there's one. Oh, run and break individuals. Here we go.
The F-22s.
Oh man, look at this. Nice. Well, our first 4 in gorgeous light, you'd have to agree. Wow. We got the wind direction okay, because it is due to change later. Tony Rivers, Jens, Bundesliga. Jess Tomlin, a speedy recovery. She's not feeling too well from Daryl Towler. He's watching to recover.
It was around 8.
We didn't say that.
Whether that teed it off, whether this was always planned.
No. Don't think Steve's gonna be back. Oh.
Over the last 3 days, the U.S. has sent at least 30 tankers to Europe and the Middle East as speculations rise that the U.S. will soon enter the Iran and Israel war. The planes, KC-46s and KC-135s, made the journey over the Atlantic, likely with fighters in tow, and I think it's important to note there's no confirmation of what they're heading to Europe.
Hold up. America might actually join in, because they've sent F-22s over. Because they're at RF Lake right now. Which is like in the UK. But at the end of oh my god. It's gonna end up bad. Trust me, it really is. It isn't. It is gonna end up.
A Twin Otter carrying 20 people, most of which were skydivers, has crashed in Tennessee. The incident happened yesterday afternoon after the plane took off from Tullahoma Regional Airport, roughly 50 miles northwest of Chattanooga. At the time of this recording, the cause of the crash is currently unknown, but it's being reported that the plane impacted trees before what appears to be a forced landing that turned out badly. Out of the 20 people on board, 4 were taken to the hospital, 2 of which have serious injuries. A Twin Otter carrying 20 people, most of which were skydivers, has crashed in Tennessee. The incident happened yesterday afternoon after the plane took off from Tullahoma Regional Airport, roughly 50 miles northwest of Chattanooga. At the time of this recording, the cause of the crash is currently...
Do I? Yes, I fucking did. Yes, I did. But we're on to the topic of aliens.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, it looks like that we got another mystery on our hands. You do not have to subscribe. You do not have to like the video. We're gonna be jumping into it right now because of our very first video. What else can I say, guys? Triple clench your butt cheeks. There we go. Roll it.
What is that thing?
What is that thing?
I don't
This
know
one
what
right
that
here.
is.
Yeah, it looks like your eyelash just fell off, huh? Yeah, it's 10. long but thin.
What you said.
I wonder, like, how would you be able to sit inside? Like, your face would be stretched out if you, yeah, like you would be like that, like stretched out, right?
Asian.
If you were to sit inside. And the video gets blurry.
Okay, so what do you guys think of that? Pretty strong footage if you ask me. So I'm showing you guys some different filtered versions here of this mystery cigar, or I guess more accurately pipe shaped object, to give you the best view possible, because this thing is even thinner than your standard cigar sighting. And we've covered plenty of those here on the channel over the past decade, and it's almost like a metallic rod. Just
is it like, yeah, is it actually a rod or is it like a disc? Because from this angle it could either be a rod or it could be a disc. It's very, very hard to say like if it's a disc or a rod, but I guess we're gonna call it a cigar shaped UFO, right? And if you're holding a cigar, guys, stop rolling those fat doobies, man. Not tonight.
Suspended in the air, and it doesn't look like one of those long mylar balloons, you know, floating away from kids' birthday parties that often get mistaken for UFOs. This just doesn't look like that. This looks solid, and it, again, like the viewer stated who sent this in, it almost looks like an iron bar just sort of hovering through the clouds, and you can see it pass behind the clouds there, which when you have something like that, it definitely lends more credence and legitimacy to the piece of UFO footage. It's not flailing around. There's no spin, no flutter, no rotation. It's under its own guidance.
Like that from the homie Tyler from Secure Team 10.
Shaky editing, just
videos, right?
On Instagram catches 25, the normal piece of footage. UFO sighting strangeness. I want you guys to check out another piece of footage where on the night of April 8th, 2025, the normally sleepy skies of Anaheim, California lit up like a neon storm. A witness rolling video on Instagram catches iridescent rave-like pulses rippling through low clouds while a dark cigar-shaped craft, that's right, another cigar, hovers just off of the glow, almost like the light is concealing something even larger behind it. And so,
Mom, get the camera right now!
So before we go further, check this out.
Yeah, before we go any further, Mama, get the camera. The HD one. Yeah, aliens before GTA 6. I don't know about that one, man. But that's the thing, man. We have been saying that for a while. When are we gonna see aliens, bro? Yeah, mira. Hey, papi, tranquilo, papi.
Oh my god.
Is it moving? Yeah, another one of those thin-ass UFOs, right? Again, man, how would you sit inside? Like, your face would be like completely like stretched out like that, bro. I don't know, or maybe we got Chihuahua-sized aliens in that, you know, the ones that you can maybe pet. Perhaps, yeah, I one day want to pet them aliens, man. You know what I'm saying? You know, the small ones, the 1.5 foot, 1.5 foot tall aliens that we consistently hear about. The 9 foot tall aliens, man, those, they are gonna pet us down, man. Hopefully not, okay? Real quick though, before I forget, I need to shout out the homie Grant for the 5 super thanks. Thank you so much for that, brother. Appreciate it. Gang. All right, let's get back to the content here, boo boo. Yeah, mira. It means look, right? Look. Nah, some twat is sitting there with parking brakes on. Absolutely, 110%. Witnessed it live. Looks like they got a black Sudan UFO there.
Alright guys, so zooming in on this reel, you'll notice that the
Tyler was just trying to blast my eardrums,
cylinder, as this kind of more looks like to me, or cigar, holds perfectly level. No wing strobes, again, no rotor wire.
Are you guys noticing it? Because I'm noticing it. It seems like that it's a little blurry. Right here it seems like that it's not blurry, but right here it seems blurry. Perhaps it's video blurry, or perhaps it's the lens of a phone that's not able to detect it fully, or perhaps it's behind clouds or in clouds and it's cloudy or foggy. Perhaps that's the case. Yeah, right, because I'm noticing right here you can see it well, but here it's kind of blurry.
And absolutely no sound bleeding into the audio track, and absolutely no clue as to what this could be. Commenters are already screaming things like Operation Bluebeam, a secret weapons, or that's just the small ship, the big one is lighting up the mist. Hard to blame them with comments like those. We've seen similar cigar craft like this over Orange County twice this year, each time accompanied by strange diffuse lighting and each time disappearing without a trace. So what are we looking at here? A cloaked mothership using cloud cover as a diffuser? We've certainly seen UFOs use clouds before to mask their presence. Could this be a directed energy test over civilian airspace? That's something I wouldn't put past happening out in the deserts or in the general region of
Version of it.
Witness this. This was no a phenomenon that's been for that matter.
No. He gets into
Objects never showed up on radar.
He played the character of Bobby Brown. But
Full, intelligent, quiet.
This one, shout out to the homie Barry Step and this brother Reno here.
Oh, is it back? Such a fat bastard. US warships. Ooh.
Hello everyone, I am the Enforcer, and welcome to the breaking news. Please make sure to like, comment, and subscribe, and support us on Patreon, link in the description below. Today we have had breaking news from around the world, as we've been able to hear that the Israeli Air Force has continued their aerial bombardment in the city of Tehran, landing major hits as the Iranian police headquarters has been destroyed in an airstrike, and the Iranian state television is now stating that all Iranian internet access has been shut off to stop information leaks from inside the country. Yet still, we have been able to hear of significant Israeli airstrikes in Karaj, and we've also been able to hear that the Iranians have now found a Spike anti-tank guided missile launcher inside the mountains just north of the city of Tehran, highly suggesting that Mossad operatives are still on the ground and conducting strikes against top Iranian officials from the security of the direct outer area of the city. Outside of that, we've also been able to hear that the Israeli Air Force has targeted and destroyed a significant rotary aviation wing at Kermanshah, and also an in-air fuel tanker in the area of Mashhad, to the farthest northeastern area of the country. Meanwhile, while all of this has been going on, we have also been able to hear that the Israeli armed forces are stating that they have a plan to take out the Fordo uranium enrichment plant with or without U.S. involvement at this point. We have also been able to hear that the Islamic Republic of Iran's government aircraft are now taking off and flying towards the area of Oman in an unknown maneuver without any real idea of what they're actually planning on doing with this action. Outside of that, inside the Persian Gulf, the Iranians are now such a danger that multiple international companies and international organizations are stating that merchant ships should entirely avoid Iranian territorial waters, as that could lead to the seizure and impounding of vessels, and the crews being held hostage as a result. Outside of that, U.S. and UK naval assets inside of Bahrain have now set sail in their entirety. It appears that this action is an incredibly rare one, and the first time that we've seen this so far in our 3.5 years of news coverage. Outside of that, we've also been able to hear that there is possible U.S. Air Force involvement now near to the area of Syria and Iraq, right along the border, as Israeli stealth drones have also been spotted over western Iraq, heading towards the area of Iran. We have also been able to see video and picture evidence of the Israelis conducting refueling operations to keep their air forces operational within the staging area of northern Iraq. Outside of that, Netanyahu has admitted that the Israelis have suffered losses, but nevertheless, they are necessary losses at that. We've also been able to hear that more Stratotankers are on their way at the moment into the Middle East, as the USS Gerald R. Ford is expected to arrive in EUCOM's Theater of Command here within the next 2 weeks. We've also been able to hear that the United States appears to be on a warlike footing still, as the Secretary of Defense has stated that the U.S. is prepared to take military action against Iran at any given moment on the President's orders, and we've also been able to see another large wave of aircraft outbound to the Middle East again from the United States of America. We have a massive amount of news. We actually have about 25 independent news bulletins to cover in this video, and there has been a lot of major developing news that's been happening since the last time we were on air. And moving directly into our first major pieces of news, we have been able to hear that the police headquarters inside of Tehran has been hit and is on fire. We were able to get a video right here showing us the significant blaze and fire that is currently going on at the police headquarters inside of Tehran, and it appears that at this point there is a great deal of damage that is going to be inflicted to Iran's internal security service abilities. The Iranian state police are a nationalized police force, and the striking and destruction of their main headquarters may be causing a break, at least in centralized command of the Iranian police force. A specific spot where that Iranians are now stating that Mossad agents are operating in ongoing air developments, that Iranian government jets have taken off, and we were able to confirm on Flight Radar 24 that an Iranian Air Force A340 and, well, an Iranian governmental A340 operated by Mirage Airlines, as well as another Mirage Airlines A321, took off and were flying towards the area of Oman earlier today. We have not been able to confirm where they landed, and we also were able to hear of another third aircraft taking off later, another A321 heading towards the area of Oman, but we do not know exactly what those aircraft are doing, what they're carrying, or where they're going. It is slightly possible that they may be attempting to speak to U.S. counsel inside of Muscat in Oman to see about what the Iranians may be able to negotiate their way out of at this point, considering that they're in a little too deep from what we can tell. Outside of that, other air activities have been conducted so far, including rumors of U.S. Air Force activity near to the area of the Syria-Iraqi border. We have not been able to confirm this information at all with video or picture evidence or official statements by the U.S. Department of Defense, so that statement is largely unconfirmed still at this moment. However, Israeli Air Force activity is something that cannot be understated, as we have been able to see a picture within the area of southern Syria and also western Iraq of an Israeli RA-01 stealth drone that was flying on its way towards Iran to most likely be able to provide on-the-spot reconnaissance and data gathering, and to most likely see what kind of damage has been caused by Israeli armed forces on the key Iranian security sites that have been hit by the Israeli Air Force so far. The Israeli Air Force has also shown us that they have been conducting refueling operations within the area of northern Iraq in the middle of the night. We can actually see here what appears to be an F-16 Barak 2 aircraft being refueled by one of Israel's Stratotankers. We now see what appears to be a Baz aircraft, which is the Israeli version of an F-15,
F-15,
now
yeah.
also being refueled
F-35,
along with an
F-35.
F-35I Adir. What is
F-18.
interesting about this clip is that there is no such need for these aircraft, especially with the extended fuel tanks that they already have on board, to need any kind of in-air refueling. What this is giving us an idea of is that the matter of fact that these aircraft have been loitering in northern Iraq for so long on some of these air operations that even the extended fuel tanks are not able to give them enough amount of time loitering in northern Iraq to be able to successfully conduct their activities. And for this reason, the Israelis are now pulling forward Stratotankers to be able to refuel their aircraft and keep them flying. These aircraft have about a 1,500-mile range, and taking off from the Nevatim Air Base and flying towards northern Iraq means that they've only expended 630 miles of their 1,500-mile range. Also considering that they will have to take the trip back to Israel, which is another 630 miles, that means they have about 350 to 400 miles worth of loiter time in their fuel tanks, including the extended fuel tanks, which are giving them a much more significant range, possibly 700 to 800 miles of loiter time over northern Iraq. and still they are on station for so long that they are requiring in-air refueling. This is giving us an idea that Israel's air tempo is being kept up because pilots are being put on incredibly long duration missions. This is also giving us an idea, at least over the past 7 days, that since the Israeli Air Force has been able to keep up this sort of duration and tempo of combat activities for 7 days straight, that they have a large availability of reserve pilots that are able to take over for these pilots once they land on the ground and are able to refuel and rearm these aircraft and then send them back up into the skies to head back out to northern Iraq. Once again showing us that the Israeli Air Force, unlike the Iranian ballistic missile forces, is largely operating like a well-oiled sewing machine, while the Iranian ballistic missile forces appear to be having a very splotchy record at the moment and appear to not be able to deliver on the Iranian government's promise of complete and total destruction for the state of Israel. And while complete and total destruction is being mentioned from time to time by the Iranian government, and they have not been able to achieve that so far, Netanyahu, the Prime Minister of Israel, has stated that they have suffered painful losses, but the Israeli home front is strong. And unfortunately, more soldiers have fallen in Gaza in the fight against Hamas, which is still ongoing at this moment, mind you all, while the Israelis are also engaging in fighting the Iranians as well. It does appear quite clear at the moment that the Israelis are not straying away from the fact that there are losses and hits that the Iranians have been able to score throughout the state of Israel. On the other hand, the same cannot be said for the Islamic Republic of Iran, who is openly stating that they have taken practically no losses and the Iranians are no worse for wear at the beginning of this engagement than they were right now. So it does appear that the Iranians are continuing to try and deceive the public, but anyone with eyes and anyone with an open source intelligence news gathering source like the Enforcer channel would be able to easily tell you that the Iranians have been taking an incredibly large amount of damage, while the Israelis have been taking some damage, but mostly targeted against civilian sites. Outside of that, naval developments are still ongoing at this moment, as we have been able to hear that the USS Gerald R. Ford is to arrive within the European Command's theater here incredibly soon. We've also been able to hear that it will apparently be deployed somewhere in the Eastern Mediterranean, still under EUCOM's theater of command, but close enough that it will be able to engage and destroy any incoming air threats that are fired from CENTCOM's area of responsibility, including those fired by the Islamic Republic of Iran. Considering that the USS Gerald R. Ford strike group does house several Arleigh Burke-class destroyers and a Ticonderoga-class missile cruiser, it is definitely possible that the United States Carrier Strike Group Gerald R. Ford may be able to intercept and shoot down a volume of incoming Iranian ballistic missiles without the Israeli Air Force even seeing these missiles getting close enough to their airspace to even attempt an interception. That is an incredibly high likelihood at this point, as U.S. naval assets continue to be moved into the Eastern Mediterranean to try and give as much interceptor fire as possible. A single Ticonderoga or Arleigh Burke class destroyer or cruiser can carry around 100 was to attempt a surprise attack and fire at these vessels as they transited the Persian Gulf, most likely out into the Gulf of Oman or the Arabian Sea to escape a possible entrapment by the Islamic Republic of Iran if they were to mine the Strait of Hormuz at any given moment. We have also been able to hear that the situation is becoming so strenuous that Reuters is reporting that shipping sources say commercial ships are being advised to avoid Iran's waters and around the Strait of Hormuz. It appears that the international world, or the international force, the territorial waters, execute any of the president's decisions on war and peace, according to the Secretary of Defense's statements just earlier today. We were also able to see another large
Steve is fat as fuck.
True. I don't want him to take them Australian. What the watch? Is that? One for the low price. Mm-mm.
breaking news coming from the Islamic Republic of Iran. Unfortunately, as you can tell, I'm out. We are going to go back in eventually with all the actual detailed updates. But for now, we have to give you guys this very, very important update.
This is a geezer that went into Iran. Reform oppose halal ban. That's good. They should be able to have halal food. I know what it means for Muslim people. They have to have it. I have to. Well, some just don't give a fuck. Hmm. Good. Fuck Israel. Fuck Israel. I was going to say something retarded and say, are Jews Christians? That's false. I'm from West Yorkshire. They haven't banned. It's a lot against votes, I'm just saying. Oh.
What's up, Marcus? Commissioner of Probation at the address provided on the form. Please be aware that if the records regarding the charges which you have been
Look at everybody outside.
Sealed, you will be unable to access
There's a big
the
crowd
sealed
there.
record of the not guilty dispositions or any other records regarding those charges. If you want copies of any documents regarding those charges before the records are sealed, you should request copies from the court within 10 days. Do you understand? Thank you.
All right, so we need a date for sentencing. Can we do it next week?
Oh man, they still got to sentence her.
Okay.
Look at that crowd that was out there.
Okay.
I wonder if they were there to support her or protest it. Yo. Well, I'm sure that was stressful. I can't even imagine. I don't pretend to know all of the particulars, but I'm sure that there are some strong opinions about that one, for sure. So this is her speaking. She spoke right after the court released. So let's see. This is the first time she spoke to the press, I believe. Like immediately following everything that happened. Ahmad, what's up, dude?
What the fuck is that?
There's been protests all over Mass last summer about this. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know enough about her or her situation. I just know that they found her not guilty of homicide, basically, but found her guilty of driving while intoxicated. Or driving, operating under the influence. Not geek.
Say two things.
Let's see what she says.
Number one is I could not be standing here without these amazing supporters who have supported me and my team financially and, more importantly, emotionally for almost 4 years. And the second thing I want to say is no one has fought harder for justice for John O'Keefe than I have, and my team. Thank you.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey,
Oh my
click here
gosh.
to support.
Jeez. Well,
Who the fuck is John O'Keefe?
jeez. No one's fought harder for O'Keefe than I have, she said. But she was being charged with second-degree murder of him. I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened. I mean, I guess maybe the law enforcement getting involved muddied it, or muddied the scene, or maybe somebody didn't do the proper documentation of stuff. See, the prosecution called nearly 40 witnesses, including O'Keefe's friends and family, first responders, investigators, and forensic experts. They presented digital and physical evidence, such as 36 steps recorded by O'Keefe's health app, to argue Reed hit him around 12:45 a.m. Reed's defense, which was led by attorney Alan Jackson, emphasized inconsistencies in the prosecution's case, including a lack of medical evidence proving O'Keefe was struck by a car. They highlighted the discredited lead investigator, Michael Proctor, who was fired for sending derogatory texts about Reed, and argued the investigation was tainted by incompetence and deceit. The jury, consisting of 7 women and 5 men, began deliberating on June 13th of 2025. They raised 4 questions during deliberations, including one about whether finding Reed not guilty on 2 charges but failing to agree on one would result in a hung jury for all charges. Judge Beverly Cannon called this question theoretical and did not answer it.
Okay, so let's see what you guys said. By the way, thanks to, let me just say a couple thank yous first. Thanks to New Next Wow, our new member. Thank you, New Next Wow. I appreciate that. Thanks also to Cool Bro, to Chris K, to PA Outdoors, Christopher Anderson, thank you, Bradley Moore, Aaron Stevens, we're back. I'm going to put my earbuds on. Hopefully. All right, so I've eaten, which is good. I'm going to move the Haifa feed down so it's not there. I actually might put a different leave it like this. Could Iran, for example, attack targets in Europe? I have no idea. Bomb Fordo nuclear plant. That's what it is.
Up the raw.
Nuclear facility. Yes or no question? I hope not. Thank you, sites. Where a missile is landing and being launched towards. So, a good site that I use for Israel alerts, which I mentioned and I show on the broadcast, is called So Far Alerts. It's a website and it's an alert and it's an app, and it's TZOFAR. Tzofar, Tzofar, and they have an app and they have a website, and it works for the rocket alerts and the missile alerts, and they're nice enough to let me show their app and their site on the air. So if you're looking for one, I would check out Tzofar Alert. Tzofar Red Alert. Did the poll not get posted? Oh, there's no poll. The poll never got posted. Well, I'll post it right now. I don't know why it didn't get posted. The poll just got posted now. Okay, sorry. I got distracted. It ended, I think. Oh, it's still going on Twitch. I just posted it right now. Anyways, thanks to Vanish Parish. I've heard Vanish Parish, I've heard nothing to suggest that any Israeli leader is anything but fine, health-wise tonight. Thanks, Vanish Parish. Thank you, FlipX. Thank you, Ricky W. Oh, I thanked Ricky already. Okay, let's talk about the poll. Our poll is... How long do they have the Twitch polls set for now? I think I have them set for too long. Seems like it's set for a long time on Twitch. I'll have to deal with that later. Over on YouTube, here is the poll result. Well, so far. Will the U.S. bomb Fordo nuclear facility? 71% say yes on YouTube. On Facebook, it is 78% yes. And the poll is over on Twitch. All right, then it's normal time on Twitch. Look at this. I guess Twitch isn't based anymore. It's the same as YouTube. 72% yes. Oh, I'm disappeared. Sorry. I didn't realize I had disappeared. Oops. See the Twitch one. Now the Twitch just disappeared. The poll just disappears on Twitch. I don't know why it just goes away. We'll leave it up for a couple minutes longer on Facebook. On YouTube, I'm sorry. Thanks for voting in our poll. Again, ABC News is reporting that President Trump is getting comfortable with the idea of strikes on Iran's Fordo nuclear facility. The source that tells ABC News says there is now a movement to get ready for this. It would not just be one strike on the facility, it would be several. Oh, Phaetux found another report from Axios. Phaetux News found it. Trump has asked his military advisors whether its massive bunker busters would destroy Fordo. Pentagon officials told him they're confident it would. But it's not clear Trump was totally convinced. That's from Axios. I just reposted the link from Phaetux. Actually, I'm going to post in the chat. Oops. We got to get that done. We're ending the poll on YouTube. So what I got to do is for
Clip that.
Sorry, I want to do it this way. I want to remind people they can go to my X account and see some updates and some, maybe if there's videos and pictures I can't show here. Throw them over there.
If I watch Sky News, I'm gonna kill myself.
Reading and what I've been seeing is that they feel like it needs to happen from the people. So I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what happens. A lot could happen in a very fast period of time.
Who do you think that was?
I think the auto pen ran the White House. You know, we have an auto pen president before me.
Oh, he's talking about the auto pen.
I think it's one of the greatest scandals in the history of this country. One of the biggest scandals.
Yeah, the auto pen thing is kind of wild.
He wasn't making a decision. He was never for open borders where people came in from all over the world, from prisons and gangs and drug dealers and all of that. The mentally insane. He was never for
Iran.
That. He was never for open borders.
Thought I said Iran.
If you think, he was never for transgender for everybody or men playing in
their supreme leader was like, I'm definitely not surrendering.
You know?
Dylan's chilling. What's up, man?
Have you ever had women? Could a woman make your team, fellas? Tell me. You think? You're being nice. What do you think? Think a woman could make the team? General managers? What do you think? You don't say it. Close.
I haven't seen anything about U.S. troops going to Iran to go in or anything.
But they should be playing with
just
women,
ships
you know?
to be in the area.
One of those things. One of those things. See, they're very diplomatic.
As you're making your decision on Iran, obviously if there's been a change from when you were pursuing diplomatic.
Yeah, it could definitely go either way.
Very open to the idea of potentially.
He said women in.
What's up, Chef Boy?
Can you walk us through?
He said women in men's sport.
To where you are and making your decision now?
Well, I think it started the first night. I mean, you know, that first night was devastating.
Yeah, the Marines are like,
and
can be sent anywhere.
It really knocked the one side
if the
off.
president wants them to go.
Devastating evening, day.
Oh yeah, we're doing games tonight too.
Proceeded that way. I have a meeting in the war room in a little while.
The war
situation room, as some people
situation
call it.
room. Yeah, he's probably in the situation room right now.
We're in the midst of it's a terrible thing. I hate to see it. I hate to see all that death, so much death and destruction.
Yeah, I think we can all agree on that.
That's what I hate to see.
Yeah, I think we could probably all agree on that. That there's been enough death. Like we could probably find a way to like, hey, peacefully leave and let the people govern themselves over there, and like everybody chill out. Like there's been a lot of death and destruction over the past for years, decades. You know,
This fucking what's it fat bastard, right? He's putting on pens, you know. Look at it. I'm being serious. Look at him. Look at the bags here. Look how orange it is.
You haven't made a decision.
Like, this is the geezer. Hope he gets assassinated. This is the fucking geezer that agreed with the Jews. Of all people, the Jews you agree with. Well done, mate. You've just fucking basically killed yourself. And played yourself. So then, his integrity's gone for his life. Yeah, he's got millions, but what to do? What's that going to do? Nothing. Well, anyway, he was the one that said that he's gonna build a new fucking Gaza, and the Palestinians can go to Egypt. I was saying this to Israel or Iran. I don't think we am, because then it will turn nuclear. Exactly. I fucking hate it. I hate him. He's so two-faced.
Yet on what to do.
Andrew,
But I was,
unfortunately.
with
Although I
Bodie
do
a few
love
weeks
Chris
ago, he
Cappy's
was
work.
here, actually, but now we speak to him, and I'm so happy. There was a deal that two smart people, plus, you know, they have people.
I think
on their
Chris
staff
Cappy does
too,
great
but
work.
Two smart people, two very smart people, decided not to keep going with that war. That could have been a nuclear war. Those are two nuclear
Yeah,
powers.
GoPros in World War II would have
Big
been
ones,
insane.
big nuclear powers. and
Insane.
they decided that, so I was.
World War II would have
big
been
ones,
insane.
Big nuclear. That could have been a nuclear war. Those are two nuclear
Yeah,
powers.
GoPros in World War II would have
Big
been
ones,
insane.
big nuclear powers.
Go. Did he just say GoPros in World War II? That would have made it. That would have gone fucking viral. It's no way, man. You know way now. F-22s and F-35s in Europe. Is this person retarded? There were already F-35s in Europe. They're always in Europe. F-22s on the other hand. They're rarely in Europe. It's just that I believe this year. There we go. So yeah, 1 hour ago. That was 10 months ago. See if it's posted. About it. It probably won't be until either tomorrow or the upcoming days. Oh. Midland. What the Nuclear submarine and Cape Canaveral, yeah, and an U.S. Navy convoy. Hey, oh, what? Oh, hey, just to still go. Fucking through Ireland. Oh, it's the was it RC-135 Rivet joint? Boeing. I remember watching that. I wish I was there to watch that one. Fuck. Oh my, hold up. When was that?
Really fantastic prizes, including flying with the Vulcan. Rumens, the man to slow her down. I look straight to our left, you can see how strong the wind is from her right. She's quite drifting significantly.
Wait, shall we have a look at the RF type? Because I don't want to spoil the F. Like, basically, that's what I saw. This might. They were there. He was there. This is the guy. He's Welsh and he does the mock loop. Look, where is it? See, that's not mock loop. That's mock loop. Mock loop. That's not mock loop there. Mock loop. Oh, that's rare. That is really fucking rare to see that shit. Oh my god.
We'll hang out at 110 and altitude for about 20 miles past, and then we'll drop down to elevator 7. There, we're going to be setting the elevators for about 2 hours, and we'll pop up way up in elevator 17. Good 48, Roger. Just to confirm, we're next in the corridor, which is proceed 20 miles west before proceeding into elevator 7.
Oh my god. It says
Okay, sir.
air refueling for the US Air Force. They've also got the Boeing's No, I know. See the boom. Look at the boom right there on like the tail. What's wrong? Oh, I really want to. I want to see Blackjack. Do not be an ad. Load you fucking immigrant.
Hi guys and welcome to this week's video. This is the Mac Loop.
That's F-15, Babel, F-20, no F-100,
Coming up in this video, I offer two separate 3-day diary of events that I recorded in June and July. I'm lucky enough to visit the Loop every month. I always hang around for around about 3 days or so. Like most of you, I add a trip to my diary a month or so ahead of time. Because of this, I have to accept whatever Mother Nature chucks at me.
Rain.
So day one finished off with perfect conditions, but sadly, nothing flew through. Despite the weather conditions looking half decent, according to the BBC weather app, the rain showed no signs of abating. Just for the record, aircraft fly through the Loop when it's raining, but not if visibility is poor. The low cloud rendered the day a complete write-off. So the day wasn't wasted. I headed to Aria Valley. Valley is less than a 2-hour drive away.
I know it exactly where that is. Oh my god, I'm so glad that you did this. Is there any more? one, yeah. And that one would go. Yeah, this one will go here. Then I'll refuel overnight, and then Qatar. Qatari. That was just one. Nah, man, I look like a oh. Fucking hell. That caught me by surprise. Fucking God. Nee, nigga. So, what's your thoughts on the Holocaust? Fucking great. So that one's gonna answer that. So they are Hamad. Behind my screen real quick. Okay. That's part. Okay. There we go. It's right there. Is it blurred? It's not. Okay, so the got like here, pretty much. Check it first. They're around here. There might be in a hangar. No. There was station as well. Better. Fucking hell. That's obviously not going to be near headliners. In case I get told. Ooh. Right. No, no, I'm banned. It's the 15, 15, 15. Has that also been over? Um. So that is circling about here. Oh, it's about here. It's straight. That's fucking crazy. So that's good. I don't know if I'll shove it. Oh. Okay, so mesh not to expose my shit. It's crazy that I know where it is. Ooh. so funny. I'm so funny, man. Oh. What a. The fuck is. What are you doing? But no. Nej. Åh, piss. Yep, I'll be back. I'll put a stream on.
My guess is because of this. Some of our viewers say Starlink should be available.
Wait, no, it's not. That's the M6. Basically, I went on the M6 all the way to Birmingham Airport. Yeah, might have to go there tomorrow, to be honest. I'm streaming possibly. I'll be back. I did not.
Is it available in Iran? Aaron BS thinks nothing's going to happen tonight. That's what Aaron thinks. Hey, thanks to a quick thanks to hold on. India comparison, CIA contact, Josie, Florida, Seville, Danielle C. Thrill, Jenna T. Thrill and Jenna T, thank you. The Wall Street Journal reports that Israel
No, it's not. My address was not shown.
is taking out some missiles before they even launch.
If so, I will take the stream down.
Oh, I think the military has
It's not.
talked about this. The Israeli
What-
military
what-
sometimes.
Fuck is that? Is that moon? Is that moon? I don't know if that moon, if it's that is moon. Just type in chat, nigga, man. I swear. Because I'm starting to get pipped off. They've launched missiles, they've launched missiles, they've launched missiles, they've launched missiles. Let's see if they've said it in chat.
Also, this article, like others I've seen, says that Iran started the current conflict with around 2,000 ballistic missiles capable of reaching Israel.
The US
And it has fired 400 of those so far, according to Israeli military estimates.
Fucking.
Some analysts think that Iran might be holding back missiles in case the war expands. That's interesting.
Iran.
Since we've been on the air, there's been one missile wave before we came on, which was quite small, and another one after we came on, probably an hour and a half, 2 hours ago, and that was supposedly around 5 missiles. Both small.
Knew that.
One of our viewers said some
Is there
Starlink,
Hold on.
some people can use Starlink direct to cell. Well, you can use that, I know, for texting. I don't know if you can use that for the web yet. I'm not sure.
17 minutes ago and 13.
What I'm going to do, I'm going to grab a little more water in my water bottle. I need a minute. Give me a minute. I'm going to come right back. Hang on.
That's fucking.
Open. That's not what I want to do. There. I want to do this one. There. That one. That's what I want to do. All right. Hey, I'm just filling up my water bottle. Give me 1 minute. Hold on. Will there be any more? Will there be any more rocket? I don't even know if there'll be any more missile alerts tonight. I have no idea. It's been quiet. I don't even know how many missiles Iran has left. One of our viewers, RWD channel, says, has Iran run low on missiles? There's a lot of discussion about that.
No.
Whether they have. I'm not even, the other thing is, I don't know if we're not hearing, we haven't even been hearing about many Israeli strikes while we've been on the air, but I don't know if that has to do with the fact that the internet is down, mostly, from what we hear. The internet is basically down in Iran. So, we haven't heard much the last, I mean, the news has been a bunch more about Trump. Gina Lefty thinks they have over 100,000 missiles stockpiled? Seems like a lot. I mean, I don't know, but the articles and the analysis I've seen have all said like 2,000 to 3,000 they had before it started. Now, but maybe some others, underground. I don't know if they could take them out. If they're underground, I don't know that they could take them out anyway. I don't know if that Israel would see this and just bomb them.
You get a VAR. VAR. We got a VAR. 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 Fucking. Tear. I don't know why I've done that. You're fucked. Chat. You're fucked. In the head. Mentally. And insane.
One of our viewers says maybe they have missiles but not launchers.
Coco.
We should probably mention the whole Tucker Carlson thing.
At least 40 Palestinians killed in Israeli
Ted
attacks.
Cruz.
God to say his health minister. What the fuck is wrong with them? And they are on about 4 Jews dying in Israel. What the fuck is wrong with them? What the absolute fuck is wrong with them? They deserve to die. They deserve to die. I'm just on them. They fucking deserve to die.
Oops. Oh, there's a little video about it. We can play the video first. Tucker Carlson clashes with U.S. Senator Ted Cruz over Iran. I'm going to play this video first, then we'll talk about the article. Trump faces uproar from MAGA base over possible Iran strike. All right. Yeah, we should discuss this for a second. Now, here is this video clip from the article.
How many people live in Iran, by the way?
From Tucker Carlson Network. Hold on. Then we'll talk about it in the article. Oopsie. Tucker Carlson clashes with U.S. Senator Ted Cruz over Iran. You don't know anything about the country.
How many people live in Iran, by the way? I don't know the population. At all? No, I don't know the population.
So they always
You don't know the population of the country you seek to topple?
Hold on a second. Let me just do this. I think the video is a little... I got to refresh something here. Let me refresh something here. Let's try this again. Let's try this again.
How many people live in Iran, by the way? I don't know the population. At all? No, I don't know the population. You don't know the population of the country you seek to topple? How many people live in Iran? 92 million. Okay. Yeah, how could you not know that? I don't sit around memorizing population tables. Well, it's kind of relevant because you're calling for the overthrow of the government. I am not the Tucker Carlson expert on Iran. You're a senator who's calling for the overthrow of the government. You're the one who claims about the country. No, you don't know anything about the country. You're the one who claims they're not trying to murder Donald Trump. You're the one who can't figure out if it was a good idea to kill General Soleimani, and you said it was bad. They're trying to murder Trump. Yes, I do. Because you're not calling for military strikes against them in retaliation. And if you really believe that, carrying out military strikes today. You said Israel was. Right, with our help. I'm saying we. Israel is leading them, but we're supporting them. How many people live in Iran, by the way? I don't know the population.
We're showing that. We're showing that as an illustration of this. As an illustration of this. Hold on. This. Trump faces uproar from MAGA base over possible Iran strike. As you can see, there is some disagreement there among Republicans.
Not a lot, but not even 1%.
Reuters says the prospect of a U.S. strike against Iran has exposed divisions in the coalitions of support, the coalition of supporters that brought President Trump to power, with some of his base urging him to not get the country involved in a new Middle East war.
It is a regime.
Some of Trump's most prominent Republican allies, including top Lieutenant Steve Bannon, have found themselves in the unusual position of being at odds with the president, who largely shares their isolationist tendencies. Steve Bannon today urged caution about the U.S. military joining Israel in trying to destroy Iran's nuclear program in the absence of a diplomatic deal. Bannon told reporters, "We can't do this again. We'll tear the country apart. We can't have another Iraq." Reuters says the anti-interventionist part of the Republican Party is watching with alarm as Trump has moved swiftly from seeking a peaceful diplomatic settlement with Iran to possibly having the U.S. support Israel's military campaign, including the use of a 30,000-pound bunker buster bomb. The criticism shows the opposition Trump could face from his right-leaning Make America Great Again flank should he join the fight. A decision by Trump to enter the conflict would be a sharp departure from his usual caution about foreign entanglements. It could impact his campaign to foster good relations in the Gulf and be a distraction from his efforts to negotiate an end to the war in Ukraine and make tariff deals with countries around the world. Upsetting his base could erode Trump's popularity and factor into whether Republicans hang on to control of Congress in the 2026 midterm elections, says Reuters.
Jets. Like the F-22 which they got deployed or landed.
Mark Short, who served as Trump's legislative director during his first term, called the division over Iran within Trump's party a pretty large rift. He said he thought Trump's base would stay with him despite the differences, however.
No.
Short said standing with Israel could help Trump politically too. Traditionally, conservative voters favor standing by Israel.
The Middle East.
Other influential MAGA voices with similar messages of concern about getting involved with against Iran include Tucker Carlson and U.S. Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene. Marjorie Taylor Greene, oh, hold on a second here. I'll show you what she said. If I can find to the right post. Here, Marjorie Taylor Greene a couple days ago said, anyone slobbering for the U.S. to become fully involved in the Israel-Iran war is not America First MAGA. We are sick and tired of foreign wars, all of them, she said. And this one will quickly engulf the Middle East, BRICS, and NATO as countries are required to take a side. She says, I don't want to see Israel bombed or Iran bombed or Gaza bombed. She says we have $36 trillion in debt and have mountains of our own problems. That was a couple days ago. The rift among Trump supporters was on full display, says Reuters, when Tucker Carlson on his streaming program clashed with Republican Senator Ted Cruz of Texas yesterday. A clip, we just showed you the clip. A clip from Carlson's interview with Cruz went viral, with Carlson strongly criticizing Cruz for seeking regime change in Iran, and Cruz expressing support for the president. So something to keep an eye on. Something to keep an eye on. Beep beep, our viewer thinks Tucker has Israel derangement syndrome. Naomi Sims says Tucker used to be so nice and non-confrontational. Fred Flintstone thinks he is a thinks Tucker is a shock jock now. Hey, thanks by the way to Judah Libin. Thank you, Judah. I really appreciate that. Thanks so much, Judah. Thank you, Joshua Bruder. Joshua, I don't know what video you're talking about. The Orthodox video on the Iran nukes. I'm not sure what that means. I haven't seen anything that I would think meets that description. You can send it to me on X if you want. @Lookner. Thank you, Holly. There's a person, Holly, who yelled at me, "Fix your mic," and then she posted the chat, "That's it, I can't take his mic muting all the time." Is there a problem with the audio? I'd like to know if there is. I haven't seen anyone else complain about it. Of course I want you to have good audio. Anyone else having a problem with the audio? Everybody's saying no. What can I do? What can I do? Everybody says no. So it's not a problem for everybody. She yelled at me. Fix your mic, capital letters, exclamation, exclamation point. Thanks to T-Jaws. T-Jaws lives in Ramat Gan, Israel, but is in Minnesota. Thanks, T-Jaws. I really appreciate that. Thanks, Anna P. Anna, I cannot answer your question. She's wondering about if the Iran regime falls, how would that impact countries like Armenia, Turkey, and Azerbaijan? I'm not even close to having the background to be able to answer that for you. I'm sorry. But thank you, Anna P. I appreciate your support. I wish I could do better for answering that. Tuna Sakar gave 50 people memberships in the chat. That is so generous of Tuna Sakar. Make sure you thank Tuna or somebody else if they give you a gift membership or a gift subscription. Thank you. Tuna Sakar. Thank you, Mitchell Pilot, KC Roof Doctor, Longboard Ninja Master, Jam. Jam says, why is being an isolationist country looked down upon in this context? Thanks, Vanessa Lacey, Will Home, Kiara Cox, the Antique Action something figure. Thank you. I don't know about all of the missile alerts today, but there have been two. There's been one on the air and one right before we came on the air, and combined I think they had about 10 missiles total. So not many. Thank you again, Anna P. in India Comparison, and Joshua Bruder. Thanks for sending the video. I'll have to check it. And Hacksident, and Finn Golfin, and Critter Dude. That's very kind of you. Thank you. Finn Golfin mentioned this. Now, I have to imagine that there's frequently U.S. planes going into the Middle East like Israel. So this is it looks like a transport plane going from Germany, a U.S. transport plane going from Germany maybe into Israel. But I would not be surprised if planes like this went back and forth all the time to the Middle East. So I don't know. I'm pointing it out that it's there. There's this plane too. I mean, I don't even know if it's going to Israel, but it might be. So I'm not an expert on, I don't look at this enough every day to know what goes where when. So maybe it's some sort of thing relevant to what's going on right now, but maybe it's something that's more normal. I have no idea. I do not know. You can check it out on Flight Radar 24. Carl Justus thought that Tucker Carlson did a gotcha question in his interview and thought it was horrible. That's from our viewer, Carl Justus. Our viewer Alexander Krings thinks that the report we read earlier, which was from Shelby Talcott of Semaphore, which said that a Pentagon official told Semaphore that there was no indication bombing action was close, pointing to low U.S. critical munitions reserves as a significant, even primary concern that could deter a quick strike in the end. Our viewer Alex thinks the critical munitions are interceptors. I don't know that that story is true, by the way, that concerns about critical munitions reserves might delay a U.S. entry into the war. It's the first I'd ever heard of it. Anyways, our viewer Alex K thinks it has to do with interceptors. The U.S. has been helping Israel shoot down missiles. And there's been a bunch of missiles fired, so maybe they've been helping them shoot down drones too, I don't know. Once again, DMs on X, when I try to read your messages, like half the time it doesn't work. Okay, it seems to be sort of working now. Sort of. Our viewer Brit says, I wonder where we would be today if President Trump had not withdrawn from the Iran nuclear agreement in 2018. Interesting question. That I cannot say. John Turpin says, what is the world to do if Iran is allowed to be nuclear? Religious fanatics should not have that kind of power. That's what our viewer John said. Shout out to our moderators, by the way. Beth Mythical is moderating. Thank you, Beth. Ruth Grafasi, thank you so much. On Twitch, we have Bastion Girl, DeBears, I Got That Fire, Mark HNC, Matthew Kohai 3, McBritches, Sarah, and Surly Dev, thank you. Paul Anderson, Ava Knight, Charlotte Webb on Facebook, Linda Belk, Larry, Misha on X. Also on Facebook, thanks to Aaron Van Ness and Michael Clayton for subscribing. Thanks so much. And Robert Real II and Cindy Dennis. Thanks. And over on YouTube, shout out to DeBears for subscribing. Matthew Kohai 3, Remove Glazers Now. Also, thank you to Soul Reaper for subscribing. And Fireheart Fox. Thanks to Who Shot JR. Thanks to the Bully Guy for subscribing. Gina Pina, Devil Doc, Luddington, thank you for subscribing. Chitty, thank you for subscribing. Chitty XX. Mahjong Lady, thanks for subscribing. Remove Glazers Now on Twitch. Thank you. Joe Seals, oh my gosh. Joe says is messaging from Dollywood. Joe, that is so generous of you. Thank you, Joe Seals from Right Side. Been so generous, beyond generous. Thank you, Joe. Very kind of you. Thank you also, Chris Wilson, Jam. Hey, Dad's Gone Live. We worked with Dad's Gone Live a few days ago where he was streaming and let us purchase his stream so we could show it here. That was fun. He did a great job. Dad's Gone Live on YouTube. In the chat right now. Streams news from LA. Thank you so much. Thank you, Dodger Blue. Jam. Blake. Cam. Don Lunduke says, do we prolong same problem again in the Middle East or get it over with? Bill P. thinks Tucker is just asking the hard questions that Cruz should have been able to answer better than he did. Thank you, Nebraska Ryden. Dewey. Louise Guadiana, Captain of Chaos, who says, I don't see why it would need to turn into a major conflict if we got involved. Why not just disable their nuclear facilities and move on? You know, it's an interesting question. What would happen? Could Trump just say, we're going to only help you by bombing Fordo? But if they do that, then does Iran start attacking other targets? Or does Iran start trying to hurt the U.S. by blockading the Strait of Hormuz? So it's a good question as to what the ramifications would be if Trump said, okay, we're just going to bomb Fordo and that's it. I think it's an interesting question. But I don't know if I believe that Iran has threatened to strike U.S. interests if that happened. The other thing is, I certainly think if the U.S. were to get involved in that kind of way, it could trigger an anti-U.S. reaction among, say, some other countries in the Middle East, or at least their populations. it might be harder for Gulf states to cooperate with the U.S. in the future on things if their populations did not like that the U.S. was getting involved in this kind of way. But it's an interesting question. Thanks, Polish Taxi, who thinks Iran is saving their missiles for if the U.S. joins. Thanks, Critter Dude. Wow, there's been barely any missile activity since we've been on the air today. We're really not hearing much about strikes in Iran tonight, although I don't know how much of that is because the internet is down from what we can tell. I mean, the reporting is that there's a near total internet blackout. So, is that why we're not hearing about stuff? Or Israel's been conducting a lot of strikes. Are they maybe taking a night to kind of regroup or whatever? Or is there something else going on? Maybe there's some kind of Israeli activity we don't know about. Barak Ravid reports that a U.S. official said the Israelis told the Trump administration that while they may not be able to reach deep enough into the mountain with bombs, they may do it with humans. I think the idea is because Axios is reporting that Trump is questioning whether the bunker buster plan will work. So I guess maybe Israel would say that to him on this view to let him know, well, if it doesn't work, there's a backup plan or something. Thanks, Jules, from Sunshine Coast, Queensland, Australia, I think. Am I right? Jules, 1961. Billy McFly, thank you. John Paul LeChance for the membership. So nice, John. Thank you. Shannon Lewis for the memberships. Did I thank Sharon? I meant to thank Shannon already, but thanks again, Shannon. Danone at PT Chan. Thank you. Nebraska Ryden, thank you. Dozer 242. Dozer 242 says, has any administration in history got us into a war this quickly after getting elected if we join this? Thanks, Robbie Gravino. I didn't see that quote, Robbie. Or maybe I saw it but don't remember who it was from. Yeah, Fox News reported 2 days ago, Israel's U.S. ambassador says beeper operation will seem simple compared to actions against Iran. He says you're going to see some surprises on Thursday night and Friday. Oh, he clarified on X he was describing Israel's actions in the past week. That's what he said. He said, to be clear, I said we had already pulled off a number of surprises. And when the dust settles, those surprises will become evident. It's kind of confusing. Bill Lee, thank you. Bill Lee. And Smoop King. Hold on a second here. Bence thinks it's another wait and see night. Sabrina thinks it's going to be a quiet night. It's actually, I mean, it's already 3:20 Israel time. It's only dark for a little while longer in Iran. Tehran sunrise is 4:49 a.m. So it's less than an hour until sunrise in Tehran. Oh, thanks to Manuel Cardona. Manuel, that's very kind of you. Thanks for your support, Manuel Cardona. John Wright, our viewer, thinks that any U.S. intervention would cause mass demonstrations by Iranian sympathizers in the U.S. and indeed throughout the world. That's what John from Australia thinks. Hey, CNN has the same story as CBS and Wall Street Journal. It seems pretty clear that somebody in the administration is going to all these places and giving them this story, which suggests to me that the administration wants it out there. I have a really hard time believing that somebody who knows this is going around telling this to everybody when it would get the administration mad. Here's the same story, but from CNN. CNN's slightly different. CNN is President Trump has reviewed attack plans for Iran, but is holding off to see if Iran steps back from its nuclear program. Whereas Wall Street Journal says it's basically the same, slightly different. Wall Street Journal's is President Trump has approved of an attack plan, but he's holding off to see if Iran will abandon its nuclear program. And then the version in CBS News is basically that. It's Trump approved attack plans for Iran, but hasn't made a final decision. Why? Because he wants to see if Tehran agrees to abandon its nuclear program. Now, the CBS story is citing a senior intelligence source and a Defense Department source, official. It just seems like they want this out there. I might be wrong. My thought is that the administration wants it out there, and one reason might be to make it look like if he says yes, he gave them a chance. I don't know. But I just really find it hard to believe that somebody who's actually inside enough to know this is running around to three different major outlets with this story without permission. And it's the same story, basically. I mean, it's not even, it's this, the story itself is not even that newsy. Like, to say he approved attack plan, but he's giving them a chance. Well, I mean, is that really that newsy? Yeah, he goes in there. It's, the big deal is not to approve the attack plan, it's to approve the attack itself. So, again, it's like, it feels like somebody wants this story written. I wonder if anyone else will have the exact same story before before the end of the evening. The same version. Oh, The Economist had said something about the bunker buster I wanted to mention. Hey, thanks to Fun Size Smurf on Twitch, Tib TX, Coke for Ior, Fun Size Smurf, Jax Haku on Twitch. Thank you also to Robbie Gravino. Robbie Gravino thinks White House pushing this out so hard screams bluff. Thanks so much to Oguzcan Nayadiri from Argentina, watching from Argentina, who thinks the U.S. has to join now. He thinks since Israel is already attacking Iran, Iran will move towards the bomb now, even if they did not before. I mean, there very well may be something to be said for that. I certainly understand the reasoning there. Either Iran publicly gives up or the U.S. joins and destroys nuclear facilities. There's really no other way out. Yeah, I mean, look, I've seen that take a bunch. That Orguzkan says, saying that Israel's attacking will motivate Iran to make a nuclear weapon if they weren't before and go as fast as possible and do so in secret. Or even more, without even any, because they still were having inspectors come in from IAEA. I mean, maybe they've been doing some stuff in secret, but I understand that viewpoint. If you're Iran after this, I think I said this on the other night on the stream. I said if the regime survives this, you're probably going to think, man, we got to do whatever we need to do to survive. The other thing, here's another thing I've been thinking about. Does bombing Fordo really end their nuclear program? That's a whole other thing. So some articles have talked about this, but like, where's the enriched uranium? But if the regime is intact at the end of this, like, if you bomb Fordo, if you do all this stuff, you better be sure that they don't have the resources to embark on some secret program, because they're going to have all the motivation in the world to now. I don't have a good answer for you, but I've been thinking about that the last couple of days. Dubious thinks they probably have multiple sites. They've been preparing for 30 years for this. The thing is, though, Israeli intelligence has been so good in Iran. So if they had secret nights, would Israel know about it? Secret sites, would Israel know about it? Thank you, Omega Survival, not applicable, who says, my totally innocent under-mountain centrifuges, bro. MV Mason, Blaine Walter, Oscar Soleil Anita. I've not heard about troops being built up in Saudi Arabia. I haven't heard that. More than we already had. Thank you, Brady. Thank you, NMCT. MCTT thinks this is the first time they didn't launch from 2 to 4 a.m. There was a launch a couple hours ago, but it was small. Thank you, Loderick Rugama, who thinks America should not be involved in someone else's fight. They have been trying for 30 years to do this. Can Iran missiles ever reach USA? Well, first of all, I don't believe Iran has missiles that can reach the USA right now. That doesn't mean they can't develop them. They also don't have, from all accounts that I've seen, a nuclear weapon, and if they did, they would have to they don't have an ability to make it small enough to put on a missile, but they could in the future. I mean, Prime Minister Netanyahu has made the case that they could threaten the U.S. We've heard him say that. I'm not saying you have to agree with him on that, but I was hearing this line of his recently repeated on the news, where Netanyahu says, he said something like, I understand America first, but this is America dead. He said of Iran's nuclear program. Something like that. Thanks, Yup Yup and Yup on Twitch, by the way. And Luddington, and Shells. And Devil Dog, and Randy on Twitch. Thank you. Jay Perry thinks he would say anything to get America on his side. Hey, I have an update for you. 5 minutes ago, Iranian state media, Mer News, said air defense firing in central Tehran. So there might be airstrikes going on right now. Air defense is happening in central Tehran. So maybe new wave of Israeli airstrikes. Reuters has the same report. Air defense systems activated in Tehran. Now, I know a bunch of you have been watching Tehran cams on other channels, or purported Tehran cams, but I guess a lot of you were saying that they're not working probably because of the internet blackout there. But there are multiple reports right now of air defense, that's been a fairly regular occurrence over the last week. It's not crazy rare, but maybe there's another wave of attacks going on. Al Jazeera says the same thing. Air defense is activated in central Tehran. So it sounds like maybe a new wave of strikes by Israel. GG says the Tehran cams are down. Austin says they have been off tonight, the Tehran cams. Tehran cams. We did get the Haifa cam back, guys. I think we're hearing it's called a prayer. You know, it's interesting. The Haifa camera, Reuters for a couple days did not have the Haifa camera because the government wouldn't allow it. Now they have it, but the way they're doing it, it's only a live cam. So it's not made available to like people who use Reuters after the fact. You can't, a day later, you can't go and look it up and look at it again. It's gonna like disappear after it's live. You can use it while it's live. But I wonder if that's the compromise they made with the government. Because it wasn't like that before. At least we have it. Again, what is this? Reportedly Iranian, air defense active in Tehran. The sound is called to prayer. Maybe Jerusalem? Is it on the Jerusalem cam? Let's see. Yeah, that's from the Jerusalem camera. The Wall Street Journal says, the Wall Street Journal has a day-by-day count of missiles fired by Iran. And they say that on the first day, Iran fired 200 missiles. On the second day, Iran fired 100. On the third day, they fired 70. And on the fourth day, they fired 28. Today, I don't know what the number is. Not that much. Andrew thinks they've run out. The Wall Street Journal says some analysts think that Iran might be withholding a bunch of missiles in case the war expands. This is interesting. The Economist has had an article about these bunker buster bombs that, in theory, the U.S. would use if Trump decides to have the U.S. attack the Fordo nuclear facility. They say whereas this bunker buster, the MOP, can go through over 60 meters, 200 feet of standard concrete. That drops to 8 meters for concrete of double the strength. In recent years, Iran has advanced considerably in the field of ultra-high performance concrete, producing material with strengths of 30,000 psi or more. The Pentagon is well aware of this challenge posed by ultra-high performance concrete. Just how strong and thick the Iranian concrete is and how much America's bomb has been upgraded may make the difference between success and failure, they say. How about that? They also say even if the bomb can break through, it could be difficult to hit the target. The MOPs need great accuracy to be effective. They rely on GPS guidance, but in Ukraine, American-supplied bombs have been severely affected by Russian GPS jamming. Israel is less reliant on GPS, says The Economist, and has alternatives. Anyways, though, they say that's an issue too. It's got to be very, very accurate. Very accurate. That concrete is interesting, though. I'm going to post that. The basic idea of what they're saying is that it's unclear how strong the concrete is at Fordo that the bomb would have to go through. And if it's a certain strength, it could make it that the bomb actually won't work. That's from The Economist. I'll give you the name of the article. It's interesting. The article is called America's Huge Bunker-Busting Bomb is Not Sure to Work in Iran. The massive ordnance penetrator may struggle to wipe out the deepest nuclear facilities. Interesting. It's dropped from high altitude, by the way. That's and the way it initially, it goes up to 200 feet into the ground before exploding, but it just does that through kinetic energy. Just from being dropped and being heavy and having a narrow profile and being made of a certain thing. Thick steel casing. By the way, quick thanks to Cartoon Maps. Thank you, Cartoon Maps. Thank you. And Steve Reiki from New Zealand. Alan Dom. Alan Dom. Where's Alan? Oh, and Bosnia Herzegovina. Is it Bosnia? I never say this last word. Herzegovina? I never say it. I don't even know how to say it anymore. I think at one point I maybe did. Herzegovina? Someone in the chat will fix my pronunciation. It's Herzegovina. Herzegovina. Bosnia and Herzegovina, according to Wikipedia. That's how Wikipedia says. Herzegovina. 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 No, I'm not sorry. It's Herzegovina. I'm just saying it the Wikipedia way. Anyways, I usually don't have reason to say it out loud in my life, other than read it. Hey, thank you, Kevin Cash. Thank you, Wonton 8888. Thank you, Wonton. I looked up how much those bunker busters cost each, and I couldn't really find a clear answer yesterday. I mean, there's development cost, and there's cost to produce each one. Google AI said approximately $4 million per bomb, but I don't know if that's right. Thank you to Philip Anthony. Philip thinks Iran has 40,000 missiles. That's what Philip thinks. Thanks JVT413. Thanks, DJ Luca. Thank you, DJ Luca from Canada. I appreciate that, DJ. Dina Scott. Yeah, I mean, we talked about this last night. I do think it's significant that that the U.S. closed its embassy in Israel from Wednesday to Friday. I mean, it's already Thursday there, so maybe nothing will happen, but I don't think it's something they do lightly. Well, they did it based in part on on Israel advice. Given the security situation and in compliance with Israel Home Front Command guidance, the U.S. Embassy in Jerusalem will be closed tomorrow through Friday, including the consular sections in Jerusalem and Tel Aviv. Seemed like it's significant to me. But maybe this was maybe this decision was made because it was thought the U.S. would get into the war then, and maybe they won't. I don't know. Thank you, Lena Lopez. Lena says Netanyahu has been telling us time is running out about Iran since 1996. She says no to war. Thank you, Honeybee. And Gure. Gure said, "Who made Israel the police of the world?" I think Israel would argue they're protecting themselves. As to whether you think this kind of action is justified, that's a whole other debate. Thank you, Bill Lee. Who says, "Is a revolt possible without a ground war?" Thank you, Max. Max Ader. Thank you, Max, for your support. And Brenda Mather. And Will. Does P thinks Israel's justification sounds like Russia's? Joyce Karam, who's a journalist I follow, she is with Al Monitor. She thinks Trump is running down the clock, allowing Israel to bomb while testing if military threats will change calculus in Iran. So she thinks that maybe Trump is kind of waiting to have more Israel bombing to get to a place to see if eventually they can reach a deal with Iran, giving it more time. This is what Faytux News, who I follow, thinks. Faytux believes that despite less reporting and footage from Iran due to the national internet blackout, IAF airstrikes continue nonstop. I wouldn't be surprised if that's true. And I wouldn't be surprised if we're hearing less from Iran just because the internet isn't working. I feel like every other night we would see videos of strikes in Iran, and we haven't seen it at all tonight. And photos. None, I haven't seen it at all. Doug says, I was wondering why there is a dearth of info from Iran. The other thing is that, so what would this deal be? What is the deal supposed to be that would prevent something from happening? What happens here? What does that deal look like? I mean, Iran's not going to say, like, you can permanently have Israeli inspectors in Iran 24/7 or something. Like, is there something they could both sides could agree to? Is that realistic, that there's something both sides could agree to? Not just, I mean, including the inspection provisions and all that. I certainly haven't heard yet of some proposal that would involve significant concessions from Iran that both sides say they agree to. So I'm not sure what it is. Bossy Bill says Iran gives up all enrichment, the mechanisms are detailed. No, the mechanisms aren't detailed. If you're Iran in the US, the mechanisms are everything. You're not going to trust Iran to say we give it up. It's going to be all about the mechanisms. Crazy Yoda says unconditional surrender. But that whole thing is confusing too, because they're not in a war for there's no ground war going on. So that does seem like a a hurdle here. I mean, Israel is way in on this. Israel's way in. So if they're going to stop Israel, they got to be convinced that, you know, Iran's not just going to go build a bomb. You know what I kind of think of it like? You know how we kept hearing that there was going to be a deal in Gaza, right? It was like the phase 3 or whatever it is of the peace deal, of the ceasefire deal between Israel and Gaza, and it never made it in Hamas and Gaza, and it never made any sense because Israel was always saying there's going to be no role for Gaza at all. And no role for Hamas in post-war Gaza, but Hamas was still around and they were never going to agree to that. And there never was. It never got agreed to. I still don't know what that is. They never agreed to it. To this day, it hasn't been agreed to. Right? So I don't know that there exists some deal that both sides are like going to be like, we're okay with that. But it just never happened in Gaza. It never happened. There still is. There's still no resolution to Gaza. Who's running Gaza after the war? Had no deal. Does this end up being an ongoing thing where every year Israel goes back in and blows up some more stuff in Iran? I don't know. But remember, the Gaza war started what? 20 months ago? 20 months ago. And there is nothing resembling any kind of deal as to what's happening in Gaza in the long term. Nothing. And this has been only going on for 4 days. Lori Murphy says the TikTok thing isn't sorted out either. I mean, it's a totally different thing, but sure. Anyways, it's easy to say the word deal. It's harder to figure out exactly what that is. I'll say this, I don't think any deal is getting agreed to in 2 or 3 days or even a week. I think if there's negotiations, it's going to go on and on and on. That's what I think. I don't think 2 days from now we're going to have a big summit at the White House and everybody comes out shaking hands and the foreign minister and Netanyahu and Trump are all doing the three-way handshake and smiling. I don't think that's going to happen. You can make fun of me if I'm wrong about that. Israeli Air Force says the Air Force has now begun a wave of attacks in Tehran and other areas in Iran. Israeli Air Force. They post this kind of stuff once in a while. So they just we had heard about a hour ago that there was anti-aircraft fire in Tehran. The Israeli Air Force just announced that they have begun a wave of attacks in Tehran and other areas in Iran. And again, this is not an uncommon occurrence. It's happened a bunch of times the last few days. But there are Israeli strikes going on in Iran now. They said they did 3 waves of attacks yesterday. Hey, I will say one of our viewers did say earlier today they thought that that the U.S. would attack once the markets were closed on Friday. I don't know if there's anything to that. Al-Mayadeen reports explosions rocked the cities of Fardis, Karaj, and Malard in western Tehran, and Baghurshar and Islamshar in the south of the capital. So a bunch of explosions we're hearing about. This is from Al-Mayadeen, who reports this. They say their correspondent reports it. Al-Mayadeen channel. So again, Al-Mayadeen, which is an Arabic language news outlet, Lebanon based, I believe. They're reporting their correspondent in Iran tells them explosions rocked the cities of Fardis, Karaj, and Malard in western Tehran, and Baghrshar and Islamashar in the south of Tehran. Hang on a second here. Bloomberg says, I didn't see this today. Bloomberg had a story today. The United Nations nuclear watchdog said the location of Iran's near bomb-grade stockpile of enriched uranium cannot currently be verified, as Israel's ongoing military assault is preventing inspectors from doing their work. The IAEA director said the whereabouts of Iran's highly enriched uranium, enough to produce 10 nuclear warheads, is now unclear. Because before the attacks, IAEA inspectors were conducting more than one visit a day to Iranian nuclear sites. That's from Bloomberg. Sean Howard, our viewer, thinks we know where it is. I'm seeing this report that's been attributed to Bloomberg, but I actually haven't seen it in Bloomberg. Some people are saying Bloomberg says this, but I don't see it. And I'm literally in the Bloomberg site, and I don't see it there. But maybe they've posted an update somewhere. That Keem thinks I need Bloomberg Terminal. Maybe if I had Bloomberg Terminal, I would see it. Isn't that like just... It's a very, very expensive thing, Bloomberg Terminal. It's more for people who do finance stuff. Some people are saying it's $25K a year for Bloomberg Terminal. I don't know. If I have confirmation that they're actually saying this, I will let you know. Thanks to Dream Squad HD and Peace to You. Christine R. Kleeman, who thinks the big event will happen in the next 72 hours. Thank you, TMS. Yeah, another one of these posts about a cargo plane. We get these posts every night saying a cargo plane is in Iran's airspace. Well, what it is, this is a cargo plane which is flying from Shanghai to Luxembourg. And it's not actually, we don't actually know if it's in China's airspace because around here it lost signal. This is an estimated signal. It's not an actual radar signal because the last known position was here. And it's going to Luxembourg. So I can't tell you if it's in their airspace or not. But it's supposed to be going to Luxembourg, which is up here. Luxembourg. So, is it there or not? I don't know. Some of our viewers think all these planes are going to Iran. I just don't know. But just to be clear, we don't know that it's actually there. Thank you so much to TMS. Thank you, TMS. Thanks also, Peace to You, Derek White, Rock and El Rolla, Aaron A., Firefly to the Hurricane. Thank you. Robbie Gravino. Yeah, we discussed that earlier, Robbie. Thank you. Honeybee. Honeybee, in theory, there could be some sort of deal to end the war. I mean, I have a hard time seeing something which will satisfy all parties, but you never know. Maybe the agreement is like a 1-month ceasefire, and then they never figure out what the rest of the deal is, and it kind of keeps going in some sort of fashion. I don't know. Thank you, Mason Aulick. Mason, I haven't seen anything to suggest that there's a war happening soon on American soil. I'll certainly report on it, though. I hope not. Thank you, Mason Aulick. If you mean, is there a danger to Americans from this whole thing on American soil? I guess somebody might try to argue that it could increase terrorism in some way in the U.S. I don't know. I hope it doesn't. Thank you so much, Y Chin. Hey, thanks, Y. That's really kind of you, Y Chin. Oh, we're almost, thanks, Y. We're almost at 8 hours on Facebook. If we hit 8 hours on Facebook, then I have to restart the Facebook stream because Facebook has an 8-hour limit. So, Facebook viewers, I may have to restart your stream in a few minutes, in like 15 minutes. Some of our viewers, like Beagle Barn, mentioned sleeper cells, Iranian sleeper cells. The idea that these would be pre-positioned people designed to carry out some sort of attack, I know nothing about this. Oh, Faytux got the clip from Bloomberg. Oh, the Bloomberg article is out. New Bloomberg article. Breaking news. Bloomberg has new reporting. It just came out. All right, guys. The headline from Bloomberg is U.S. officials prepare for possible strike on Iran in coming days. Senior U.S. officials are preparing for the possibility of a strike on Iran in the coming days. The situation is still evolving and could change. Some of the people pointed to potential plans for a weekend strike. Some of the people pointed to potential plans for a weekend strike, says Bloomberg. The top leaders at a handful of federal agencies have also begun getting ready for an attack, one person said. A lot of maybes, says Nas Corvus. Yeah. I don't know that we've heard weekend strike before. Well, we'll see. Again, it says some of the people pointed to potential plans for a weekend strike. Today is Wednesday? Today is Wednesday. It's Thursday there. It's Thursday there, though. It's Thursday there. But remember what happened with the Israel attack. If I'm right, wasn't the Israel attack the thing where they were saying it was going to be in a few days and then it just happened earlier than the story said, if I remember right? Barry thinks the risks of this thing escalating are insanely high. Captain Obvious thinks they bluffed and it's happening tomorrow. We'll have to see what happens. We'll have to see. The narrow way thinks no way China and Russia would sit idly by. I don't know. Bloomberg just posted on their X account about it. Senior U.S. officials are preparing for the possibility of a strike on Iran in the coming days, according to people familiar with the matter, a sign that Washington is assembling the infrastructure to directly enter a conflict with Tehran. Yeah, wasn't, again, what was the timing? Wasn't the idea that, yeah, remember like President Trump said he was going to meet, or there was going to be a meeting with Steve Witkoff and Iran on Sunday? I just remember there was a thought that like, oh, the Israel attack on Iran won't happen till the next week, and it ended up happening on a Friday morning. Is there any chance that these stories are coming out about how Trump is thinking about it, but actually they've decided on it, and it'll happen sooner? I mean, I don't know if it matters, but does it matter if Iran has a 3-day heads up? That's a question I'd like to hear answered. Is there anything they could do there if they knew it was going to be in 3 days? Could they like take out some of the centrifuges, or would Israel just attack them? I don't know. Some of our viewers are saying an aircraft carrier, a new one will be there soon, and they're waiting for that. I feel like every time we cover something like this, someone's always like, they're waiting for the aircraft carrier. I'm not saying you're wrong, but we do get that a lot. Six-star neck phone says, why announce it? Seems like a bluff. Well, it's not being officially announced. Greg Kotler says it's a lot to weigh. New evacuation order for Iran. New evacuation order for part of Iran. Guys, hold on a second here. Let me show this to you. Let me show this to you. New evacuation order. Isn't Iraq where a reactor is? Isn't there an Iraq reactor? Or heavy water facility? There's a nuclear facility, Iraq, right? Iraq. Hold on, hold on, hold on. Iraq is a nuclear complex with a reactor, with a heavy water reactor. Is it a nuclear reactor? The Iraq nuclear complex. IR-40 is a 40 megawatt thermal heavy water reactor. Yes, it's a nuclear reactor. There is a nuclear reactor in Iraq, Iran. Now, I don't know if that's where it is. Hold on. I'm trying to figure this out. I'm trying to figure it out. Let's look at this. Let's look at this warning. Let's look at this warning again. An urgent warning to residents and those present in the areas of the villages of Iranian Arak and Kondab in the areas marked on the map to evacuate immediately before the IDF targets the workers' infrastructure. All right, what the cities of Arak and Kondab? What is this facility? What is here? What's on the map here? Let's see if we can find that on our map. There's Iraq right there. Okay. Where is Kondab? Iraq and Kondab. Can I find it? Somebody probably has already found it. There's Kondab. All right. Now where's Iraq? There's the Iraq heavy. Is that it? This is Iraq heavy water reactor facility. Iraq heavy water reactor facility. That's it. That's it. The Iraq heavy water reactor facility. So did they just order an evacuation for where the Iraq nuclear reactor is? Am I right about this? I don't know if I'm right about it. All right, hang on a moment here. Did they just order an evacuation for where the Iraq, where a nuclear reactor is? Yes. Yes. Elant News said it. Israeli military orders evacuation of all employees and people around Iraq nuclear plant in Iran ahead of a strike. Let me read the post again. Are they going to attack the nuclear reactor? This seems like big news to me. Oh, let me translate the picture. I'm going to translate the picture. Are they going to blow up the reactor? I don't know what they're going to do. Let me try to translate that picture. Yeah, it doesn't specifically mention the reactor, but the reactor is in the picture. Let me show you what the picture looks like. I'll show you. I'll show you. Here. This is the translation right here. Urgent warning to employees and all people located in the red area of the map within the cities of Arak and Kandab. The Israeli army continues to operate in this area as it has been doing throughout Iran in recent days to attack the Iranian regime's military infrastructure. For your safety and health, we ask you leave the designated area. 2-kilometer radius. 1.2 mile radius. So the circle is about 2.5 miles wide. But so the middle is right here. It looks like that's the middle is the thing, right? Because it's a radius from here. So the middle is right there. They want you to get over a mile away from the middle. Okay, so the middle on the map is this. It's there. Well, that's the water, that's the reactor. I mean, it's this, there's a water treatment plant, there's a heavy water reactor facility. Where's the actual hydrogen sulfide plant? Is this the reactor right here? I don't know. Radioisotope production facility? I don't know what all this is. But it says Iraq heavy water nuclear facility. But there is a nuclear power plant there. I don't know which building it's in. But I looked up on Wikipedia and it says it's IR-40 is a Iranian 40 megawatt heavy water reactor. And then a heavy water reactor is a type of nuclear reactor which uses heavy water as a neutron moderator. Arak is pronounced
Arak.
Arak. Arak. Arak. That's from Wikipedia. Well, from my understanding, it looks like from the picture they may be targeting where the reactor is. And they literally want everybody out from within a mile, 1.2 miles of the reactor. I mean, I don't know if they're going to hit the reactor. They just posted this. They just posted this, guys. Let me try to get you some more updates on this. C-14, well, no, I don't want to say that. Somebody wake up the nuclear experts. I gotta find some things from, yeah, Joe Truzman is calling this a possible strike on Iran's Iraq nuclear reactor. Joe is an expert in the region. So Joe is calling this a possible strike on Iran's Iraq nuclear reactor. Israel orders evacuation around Iranian nuclear reactor in Iraq, Iran. How's that? That's my headline now. Oops, I spelled something wrong. I saw Iraq when it came out, Iraq when it came out, guys. I told you. Let's look this up about Iraq. Oh, I had an article talking about today about some nuclear sites in Iran. Give me a moment here. So the Washington Post had an article, and it says Iraq. Where is it here? The Iraq heavy, it says here the Iraq heavy water reactor produces heavy water to operate nuclear reactors. That's what the Washington Post site says, article says. Hang on. A little more research. Okay, I'm reading it here. I'm reading an article saying that the original Iran deal in 2015 placed strict restrictions on this reactor. Oh, as of mid-2025, the reconstruction and modernization of this reactor are ongoing. That's interesting. So the idea, I guess, I'm reading an article online and it says that the reactor was well suited originally. Originally, it was going to be well suited to produce plutonium as a byproduct. And that plutonium could have been used for nuclear weapons. So it was a controversial site, because the thought was, oh, they can use this to produce plutonium for nuclear weapons. And what happened is, in the 2015 Iran nuclear deal, there were limitations placed on that reactor. and the reactor was redesigned. And the redesign would reduce the amount and grade of plutonium produced, making it unsuitable for a nuclear weapon. And the article says that it's ongoing, the reconstruction and modernization of it. Oh, Facebook needs to be restarted. I got to restart Facebook. Let me just restart that right now. Take 2 seconds. I am restarting Facebook. Yeah, the reactor under the Iran deal, the construction on this reactor began in 2004. From what I'm seeing here, and under the Iran deal, the reactor was redesigned to minimize plutonium production and focus on medical and industrial research. And the reactor is currently in the process of being modernized and redesigned, and it's supposed to become operational. From what I understand, it's not operational yet. But there's a nuclear complex there. There's a nuclear complex there. There's a heavy water production plant. Anyways. Let's see here. There's an AP article about... Oh, hold on. Can I find this article? Maybe I can find it here and pull it up. Oh, hey guys, look, I have an article about it from AP right here. Israel's military warns people to evacuate the area around Iran's Arak heavy water reactor. Israel's military warned people today, short while ago, to evacuate the area around Iran's Arak heavy water reactor. The Arak heavy water reactor is 150 miles southwest of Tehran. Heavy water helps cool nuclear reactors, but it produces plutonium as a byproduct that can potentially be used in nuclear weapons. That would provide Iran another path to the bomb beyond enriched uranium, should it choose to pursue the weapon. Iran had agreed in its nuclear deal with world powers to redesign the facility to relieve proliferation concerns. No, I don't believe this. This is not a buried underground target that you would need bunker busters for. Okay, so anyways, let me show you where this complex is again, this evacuation order. Let's look at this complex. Here's the evacuation order once again. Here is the evacuation order. It basically says everybody in this area needs to leave. And if you look at this, oh, where's the picture? Where's my picture? Here it is. No, that's not what I wanted. Where is it? I had a different one here. I had the translated. Where's my translation of it? Anyways, translation's basically the same. No. Let's do the translation. The translation was much better. Here it is. I got it. This is much better. There. Urgent warning to people and to employees and all people located in the air in that red area of the map. So it says 2 kilometers if the translation's correct. 2 kilometers, which is 1.2 miles. And it's a circle all the way around. Now, Krusty says it's not a very big radius, but I mean, given that it's 2 kilometers all the way around, my guess is the focus is in here. And if you go to Google Maps, that's what's in there. It's the Arak nuclear facility. That's what's in there. So are they just gonna like blow all this up? I don't know if there's currently anything there material-wise which might pose a danger if it's blown up. I mean, from what I can gather, it's not actually operational. Although maybe some of the plants around it are operational, I don't know. There's plenty of stuff there. What time is this happening? Well, they'll give people a little time to evacuate, but I don't know how much time. Do people live nearby? Well, there is. Let's see. See, there's Arak the village. Arak the city is over here, which is several miles away. I mean, I don't know where the wind is. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if some people live in these areas. It looks like there's some farms here and stuff. You know, oh, there's definitely people who live over here. Kondab is not far at all. Kondab here is only what, about looks like about maybe a mile, 2 miles away. Maybe a couple miles away. Kondab. But there's all that there. So anyways, I'm not an expert on this, but that's where it's pointing to. So, around, I want to, Israel orders evacuation around Iraq nuclear complex. Maybe I'll say it that. Because the reactor is not functional from what I can gather. But I'm not an expert on what else is there. Let me just see if I can find anybody who's an expert on this world commenting on it. Oh, look, here's someone that Elint News found. A nuclear expert, Decker Eveleth, said Iraq has been in a sort of limbo as a part of Iran's nuclear latency efforts. The core is filled with concrete. I believe IDF strikes may be intended to destroy the entire facility, Osiris style, to prevent it from ever being put to use, because it's currently being reworked. And it underwent a redesign. Osiris, which he refers to, was a surprise attack by the Israeli Air Force on an unfinished Iraqi reactor in 1981, southeast of Baghdad. That was Operation Osiris. So maybe they're just going to blow it up so that, it, like he said, it can't be used in the future. All right, let me say some thank yous here. When you look up lists of prominent nuclear sites in Iran, Iraq is on there. I think all the articles I've read about Iran's prominent nuclear sites have Iraq on there. A couple thank yous here. Hang on a moment. Thank you, Patrick Tuttle, who says test run for the MOP, showing the Iranian leader its power. Patrick think maybe it's a message to Iran about what's to come with Fordo. It's an interesting thought. Interesting thought, Patrick. You never know. Never know. Interesting. Hetty Hoover, thank you. I mean, the timing is certainly interesting. Thank you to Samarito, who thinks Israel is trying to make it impossible to reconstruct, and says the reactor vessels are filled with concrete and no irradiated fuel stored there. That's what Samarito thinks. Thank you. Thank you, Rhodey Relics. Metal detecting. Thank you, Rhodey Relics. Thanks to Terracotta World. Thank you. And Jen Crane. Jean Crane says hydrogen sulfate is highly flammable and highly toxic to humans. I don't know what kind of stuff is on that site. And I don't know if, I mean, there's a hydrogen sulfide plant. I have no idea if that plant is in operational and what the risk might be from that. I don't know if it's operational or not. Hold on a second here. I'd like to know if that plant is operational. Wikipedia says hydrogen sulfide is toxic to humans and most other animals. Again, I don't know if that plant is operational, if this operation could release hydrogen sulfide gas in the air and that kind of thing. It's a good question. Thanks, Gene Crane. Thank you, Fiery Patriot. Thank you, Sergeant at Arms. How will we know if there's been a radiation leak? I believe, I don't know how that gets monitored in Iran. I don't know if it's possible to monitor that from outside Iran. Hold on a second here. By the way, thanks to, hold on. Oh, I guess there might be some stations. Maybe if you, it's possible if you measure around Iran, you can get some ideas. I'm not sure of all the technology. Wonton says they would know by detection outside Iran. Well, I would think maybe Israel could fly a drone over. Israel controls the skies there, you know. So it might be easy for Israel to do it. Let me read some more comments. Hold on. I have some couple thanks to say. Michael thinks it can be detected by satellite radiation. I'm not aware that there's any big radiation risk from this site, by the way. I don't know, though. Maybe they're storing stuff there. Maddie Dude Dizzle, thanks for your support. Thanks, Wonton. 8888 and Samarito. Samarito believes that the IAEA believes there's no irradiated fuel stored there. CNN said a couple days ago, CNN said the Arak nuclear facility appeared to ride out the first wave of Israeli strikes unscathed. It houses a heavy water nuclear reactor which has concerned the West because heavy water can be used to produce plutonium, a second pathway to a potential nuclear bomb. I'm reading about heavy water reactors. Unlike nuclear reactors that use enriched uranium, heavy water reactors can use natural uranium due to heavy water's efficient moderation capabilities. Heavy water is a certain form of water with a certain chemical composition. Thanks, Ty Williams. Thank you again, Wonton8888, McLean33 as well. Joe Mama, thank you. Who thinks Iran still has the ability to inflict massive damage to U.S. assets in the Middle East. That's what Joe Mama thinks. Thanks, Johnny Montana. Would I ever do a call-in segment? I don't know, Johnny. There's the good of what the call-in segment could be, and then there's the negative of what it probably would end up being, at least at some times. I think hopefully you can see what I'm saying. I don't have anybody to do the extensive call screening process that would be needed with you folks. But maybe one day, you never know. Thank you, Johnny Montana. Turned off says leave messages and vet them. Thank you, Viz Health. Thank of Cores of Ant, who says scary times we live in. Thank you, Alec and Gnarly B and Alex, who thinks the attack on Fordo will be after the stock market close on Friday. Thank you, Mitchell Pilot, who says if the president gets the Iranians to surrender, he will be regarded as a hero and get a Nobel Peace Prize. This is highly unlikely right now. Thanks, Rebecca K. and also Warped Mopar. Thank you, Wonton, for your information in your comments, by the way. Also, thanks to Big Dog Gaming over there on Twitch, Dark Crypto, Who Shot JR, Drogon 915, Douthis, Ophono 101. Thank you. Thanks to Lausch Weebelchen on Twitch, Yup Yup and Yup, and Luddington and Shells 80. The sun is coming up. ABC News says authorities are trying to determine who's been ordering pizzas to the homes of U.S. lawmakers and to the homes of those who help protect those lawmakers. The deliveries have authorities worried they could be meant to send a menacing message, per sources. Both Democrats and Republicans in the House have received the unsolicited pizza deliveries. Also, the current and former leadership of the U.S. Capitol Police. Hey, thanks so much to Allison. Allison. I'll just say that. Thank you. They seem to be having an issue with the I think they need to fix the brightness on the Haifa camera. Hold on a second here. That Haifa camera is having an issue. You can't see, there is ground there. Just to go over this again, Israel has ordered an evacuation around the Arak nuclear complex in Iran, which contains a nuclear reactor that is still, it's not being used, but it's supposed to be used in the future, and other buildings and other facilities. Update about the Iranian internet. Net blocks. Metrics show Iran has now been offline for over 12 hours as authorities impose a nation-scale internet shutdown, citing Israel's alleged misuse of the network for military purposes. The measure continues to hinder residents' access to information at a critical time. The internet is shut off in Iran. That is from NetBlocks. No, this is not a VPN. You cannot get around this with a VPN, I believe. I believe this is literally, a VPN still needs the internet to access the internet. The VPN doesn't go around the internet. This is shutting off the internet. That's my understanding. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong. The VPN still uses the internet. Yeah, this looks like they just shut off the internet. People are saying you would need cellular or Starlink, and not cellular internet that uses internet cellular internet wouldn't work, right? Because this isn't cellular internet just using the Iranian internet. Tyrell would say no. It says no inbound or outbound traffic across wires. Here's the NetBlocks chart. There is your chart. You can see it goes down to basically 0. All of a sudden, it goes down to basically 0. NetBlocks knows what they're talking about. This is what they specialize in. So, oops, they know. App State says they didn't pay their bill. I Rule All thinks they think it will prevent Israel from tracking them, but it will not. I don't know if it's a thing. I don't know if it's directed more at Israel or at the domestic population. I honestly don't know. Wikipedia says Iran had said it wanted to bring the Arak nuclear reactor online next year. Oh, I should maybe switch to the... Well, I'm going to switch from the Haifa cam because that Haifa cam is pretty useless right now. Right? That Haifa cam is not really doing us much good right now. So I can show you... let me just switch to... I know what I'll do. I'm going to put mode... Let's just leave it 2 right now. Well, I can put Modine up too. Maybe I'll put Modine up. Fine. Fine. So we need this. We're going to take off a Haifa. And put up Jerusalem. I know we're going to have 2 Jerusalems for a second. I know that. But don't worry. Ah. Worked. Hey, that worked. Hold on a second. I gotta redo this. Hang on. It's gonna work? No. Hold on. Hold on. We'll get it for you. This is going to be the Modine cam now. Modine. There we go. So this goes over here. No. This is Modin, Israel. Here's Modin. And there's Jerusalem. See? Done. 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 I don't know if I need the word live there. Maybe I don't. You mean in the little boxes? Well, for now I'll keep them. At some point soon, I'm guessing we're going to hear that Israel has struck the Arak nuclear complex. I mean, they already ordered an evacuation for it. So, like an hour ago. So I'm guessing we're going to hear about that soon. Maybe Israel will announce it. Also, Bloomberg is reporting that U.S. officials are preparing for a possible strike on Iran in the coming days. They say some of the people they talked to pointed to potential plans for a weekend strike. And they said top leaders at a handful of federal agencies have already begun getting ready for an attack. Thank you, moderators, by the way. Our moderators, they're awesome. Ruth Grafasi is moderating. Thank you, Ruth. Roberts May Queen, too. Thank you. Over on Twitch, I got that fire. Mark HNC, McRitch's Papa Bear, and Surly Dev. Thank you. On Facebook, thank you to our moderators over there. Ava Knight is over there. Thank you. Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha, thank you. On X. Thanks to Charlie Glick for your support. Thanks so much, Charlie. Thank you to, let's see. Warped Mopar, our new member. Rebecca K, our new member. I think I thanked them already, but that's okay. I don't mind thanking them again. Thanks Stephen Steffi, our new member. Shay Barnwell for the gift memberships. Thank you, Shay Barnwell. That's really nice of you. Joshua Bruder. Tone Loke. How does Israel order Iranians to evacuate with no internet? That's a good question. I assume they might. I think in the past they've talked about doing phone stuff. I don't know if they're going to drop flyers or do a loudspeaker. I mean, they're not on the ground there, but they got to warn the people. So that's a good question. I don't know. And remember, that warning came at about 4:30 in the morning. Jen Dat, thanks for being a member. Beast Mom. Beast Mom, are you talking about Fordo plant? Maybe? Arak, I don't think Arak is underground. I'll look though. Maybe I'm wrong. Arak is above ground. That's the one that's been ordered to evacuate tonight. But I think Beast Bomb is talking about Fordo. Fordo, I believe, is 300 feet underground. Thank you, Beast Mom. I appreciate that. Thank you, Stephen Johnson. Stephen thinks that the internet is shut off to prevent an uprising. Thank you, Benstick. Thank you, Louis Aponte. Thank you, Being the December and Sarah V. OJ. Sarah V says maybe Israel thinks Iran can make dirty bombs using what's at this plant, or will be able to. I certainly think Israel might be concerned with how this plant might be used in the future. Skylar Shelton, thank you. Making Law Simple, thank you. The Real Quaid. Elvis. Elvis says the U.S. uses a special kind of Boeing to detect radiation. Oh, the camera's moving. I bet they're going to fix the focus now. Yeah, there is a plane that the camera's all getting fixed now. Isn't that nice? Elvis mentioned that there's a Boeing WC-135 in the U.S. Air Force which is used to detect and identify nuclear explosions. There's a name I can't read in a certain language that I don't know how to read, but thank you. Thank Rye and YC. I don't know anything about yellow cake, and I haven't heard that discussed in Israel articles, so I can't really shed any insight on that. Rye and YC. Sorry about that. Thanks, James Madalena. James, that is something you can reach out to the mods about. Maybe the mods can periodically give out, I think they do give out their contact info for questions or concerns. Thank you, James, for asking. You can ask the mods about that. I appreciate that. Thank you, James Madalena. Did I get Robert's make room was moderating too? There you go. Ruth just posted it in the chat. There it is in the YouTube chat right there. They never the hypocam is still all washed out. Somebody's got to go to that and fix that one. Oh, maybe I'll put this up here. Why have it blocking the city when I can have it just up there? That's better. Just do it this way. By the way, the whole night, there was one missile alert at night, and I think it had 5 missiles. That's it. That's the only missile alert while we've been on the air. One of them. And again, only I think 5 missiles. That's it. That's very interesting. Thanks, Rebecca K. and Blake and Robert Newton for the gift memberships. That's so nice of you. And Diane Funstein. No, I've not heard any discussion at all of using a nuclear bomb to attack Fordo. None whatsoever. For good reason. I don't think countries want to use nuclear bombs unless they absolutely have to. Thank you, Diane Funstein and Shay Barnwell. Oh, I think I thanked Shay. I don't know if I thanked Shay again. Thank you, Shay, for the gift memberships. Appreciate it, Shay Barnwell. Make sure you thank somebody if they give you a gift membership or a gift sub. Super nice of them. Jackson Moore, thank you. Jackson says, I don't think Iran has nuclear weapons right now, and Israel is exposing themselves as a snake in the grass. Well, I think Israel's contention is that they want to build it. Not that they have it, but that they're close to having it and that they're intending to build it. But I think your point is, basically you're saying your point is that what they claim about Iran is not true. That there's debate about how close they are and what their intentions were with nuclear weapons. So I understand your point, Jackson. And thank you, actually, Dan, as well. Sorry, I owe a couple more thank yous. Bez from Oz, thank you. Bez from Oz. And Hamish McEwen. And also, hey, interrogation files, that's incredibly nice of you. Wow. Interrogation, it's interrogation files, right? Hold on, I can't even see here. Interrogation files, very, very generous of you, interrogation files. Thank you. So nice of you. Appreciate your support for the channel. We're waiting to see. Well, what I'm really waiting to see this what's going to happen with the Arak nuclear complex. Thank you again, interrogation files. By the way, for people in the YouTube chat, I think if you want to receive a gift membership, there's something you have to do with your account. You might have to make make an adjustment to your settings. I think the mods have something they can post about that. This has by far was the quietest night in terms of missile warnings. No question. No question. Iran State News, Fars News, just posted an article, if oil doesn't pass through the Strait of Hormuz, the world will go into a coma. They say with tensions rising between Iran and the Zionist regime, Israel, the scenario of the closure of the Strait of Hormuz is no longer a far-fetched possibility, they say. Oh, AP has a longer article about Arak. Arak. Oh, look at this. Wow, nice. We got some photos here from AP about Arak nuclear reactor in the nuclear complex. All right, hang on a second. Let me get these for you guys. We'll check this out. There's that. Oh, look at this. Oh, that's Fordo. Oh, I got a picture of Fordo, actually. How about Arak? First of all, let me just mention this. Israel's military warns people to evacuate the area around Iran's Arak heavy water reactor, which we've been talking about. Israel's military warned people tonight to evacuate, about an hour and a half ago, to evacuate the area around Iran's Arak heavy water reactor. Which is about 155 miles southwest of Tehran. Heavy water helps cool nuclear reactors, but it produces plutonium as a byproduct that can be potentially used to nuclear weapons. That would provide Iran another path to the bomb beyond enriched uranium, should it choose to produce the weapon. Iran had agreed under the nuclear deal with world powers to redesign the Arak facility to relieve proliferation concerns. In 2019, Iran started up the heavy water reactor's secondary circuit, which at the time did not violate Tehran's 2015 nuclear deal. Britain at the time was helping Iran redesign the Arak reactor to limit the amount of plutonium it produces, stepping in for the US, which had withdrawn from the deal. Under President Trump. The IAEA has been urging Israel to not strike nuclear sites. Interesting. Due to restrictions Iran imposed on inspectors, the IAEA says it has lost continuity of knowledge about Iran's heavy water production, meaning it could not absolutely verify Tehran's production and stockpile. Anyways, we're waiting to see what happens with that nuclear complex. I'm waiting to see what happens to it. I think we could know something soon. Honestly. There have been a few drone alerts tonight. A few. Yeah, I'm very interested in seeing what happens with this nuclear complex. But whenever they issue warning like that, they then act on it. No, I don't have any live cam of the Arik nuclear facility. I would certainly show it to you if I did. Thanks so much to Ricardo Viquez. Thanks, Ricardo. Also, Will, Jace, Matthew Spellman, Cul-de-sac, Buddy. Thanks, Buddy. I appreciate it. Buddy, I think the captions are supposed to be automatic, but the problem is when you play video sometimes, I think it messes up the auto caption system. I have it turned on, but some videos just doesn't happen. I'm sorry about that. Joshua Bruder, thanks. I'll be checking my messages. It's been kind of busy tonight with the news. So I'm just trying to check some of the other messages people have sent, and I'm behind on all of that. Sam Marito sent me an IAEA report, I think it is, that claims that there's no I can't even see it here. I'd have to read the report. He says that there's no irradiated fuel stored there. Thank you, Sam Marito. Jason Jones thinks Iran won't exist next week. By the way, this would be the plane that would carry the bunker bunk buster bomb if the U.S. Well, presumably this would be the plane that would carry it if the U.S. decides, if President Trump decides to attack the Fordo nuclear complex. It's the B-2 Spirit bomber. I think there's 19 of them. It refuels in the air. It's designed for long, can fly like to different parts of the world and back without landing. Can carry very heavy bombs. The bunker busters are 30,000. Suitably modified, it can carry 2 of them. Crazy. Can deliver conventional and nuclear munitions. All right, let me see if we have any updates here. We've been on for a while, but I would like to see what's going on with Arak nuclear complex. Hey, thanks to Ray Becker. who says he heard Trump's doomsday plane is in Washington, D.C. We've had a lot of comments about doomsday planes. They are planes that allow, they're basically airborne command post planes. There's an article about them on Deb Fisher's on Senator Deb Fisher's website. It says that there are 4 of them. They're designed to survive nuclear war. One is on alert at all times, often traveling with the President or Secretary of Defense in case of emergency. So, I've seen nothing to suggest that there's none of the people I follow who might know about this thing have said that there's any kind of doomsday plane activity lately that would suggest anything in particular. That's the best I can say. They were built in the 1970s, by the way. This article I'm looking at on Senator Deb Fisher's site says they're aging out of service life. Thank you again to Ray Becker. Jersey Joe says there's no credible evidence that Trump's doomsday plane is in D.C. or ready to fly him anywhere. Now, I don't know where they are. Again, I've seen articles like this that says, this article says that again, one of them is on alert at all times. Michael Dax says they fly all the time. Thank you, Troy Gann. And thanks, Ray Becker, for becoming a member. I really appreciate that, Ray. Thank you. If I see anything more about that, I'll certainly mention it. Thank you, Yaya. I appreciate it, Yaya. Danny G, our member. Allison Hargrove is asking about preparations militaries would make when trying to uncover enriched uranium. I don't know. I mean, this is so far beyond my level of knowledge. But again, Iran does have a lot of enriched uranium, enough roughly for about 10 bombs. There's a concern that it's not clear where it is right now because inspectors haven't been able to go in there the last few days. There's a concern that they could hold on to that enriched uranium even if their nuclear facilities are destroyed and use it in the future. I don't know if Israel and the U.S. know where it is. If so, if they've made any kind of plans around it, it's a great question. And what those plans would involve, it's a good question. It is outside my wheelhouse. But I have certainly seen a number of articles saying that that's an important question, whether they maintain that enriched uranium stock or not. Am I going to have to time people out for saying red alert again? I guess I'm going to, because I don't see any alerts. How is one person able to post that fast anyway? It's not supposed to be able to happen with slow mode on. How did one person post red alert like 5 times? Is that person doing that repeatedly? The mods are going to take care of it if it keeps happening. Robert's Makequeen said he's gone. I guess did he repeatedly do it? Was it repeated? If it's repeated, that's an issue. I think the mods took care of it. Yeah, Ruth said he kept doing it, so he's out now. He's gone. All gone. Yeah, the question about the enriched uranium that they have is very interesting. Hey, thank you so much to Jason Milstead. That's very kind of you, Jason. And thanks so much for your support and your note, Jason Milstead. Thank you. I also don't know about the enriched uranium, if they were going to try to secure it, how dangerous it would be or something. I mean, these are good questions. I just don't know. The internet says it is dangerous. But I haven't gotten to the specifics. I have not seen any updates on the Arak nuclear complex. Israel ordered an evacuation of the Arak nuclear complex that contains a reactor that's supposed to go online next year and other facilities. They have ordered over 2 kilometer, I believe it is, 2 kilometer radius around the complex evacuated. Over 1 mile. It's a well-known nuclear complex. And I'm wondering if they're just going to blow it up, the whole thing. It says employees and all people in the red area leave the designated area as soon as possible, and that was posted an hour and a half ago. That was an hour and a half ago. The Arak nuclear complex. here again on a map. Oop, camera moving. Sun is there. Here again on a map is the Arak nuclear complex. This is in Iran. Northwest Iran. There is a town that looks like a couple miles away. Kandahar, less than 2 miles away. The radius is about 1.2 miles. I think I need to replace my headphones again. It's crazy. We've gone through 2 headphone charges. I might do that and take out my contact lenses and put on my glasses. Justin asked about how residents are supposed to get the notification of the evacuation with the internet off. And it's a good question. Yeah, somebody asked that before. I don't know how they're contacting people, whether with phone calls or loudspeakers or text messages. Maybe they text people. So it's a great question. Thank you, Justin. Also, thank you, Michael Ida. Michael Ida, thank you. And Damon Reinhardt. And Leela 61. Was President Bush on a doomsday plane on 9/11? I don't know. Did he go on to a doomsday plane on? I would just have to look it up on the internet. I have no idea. The internet says no. He was not. He was at a school. He was taken to the White House and placed in a bunker. He was on Air Force One, says Callie Voltaire. I guess he flew on Air Force One back to the White House. Thank you, Leela 61. And Jose Torres. Thanks, Jose Torres. I appreciate it. Also, Nevi58 and Miss Curry. He says, isn't it amazing how the birds rise up singing despite war in their territory? Thanks, Troy Gann, as well. What I'm going to do is I'm going to take 1 minute, because I have to, first of all, I have to take my headphones out, because I went through the headphones again, the earbuds. I've run out of power twice now, so I got to put my other earbuds on. Hang on. We'll do that in a second. And I'm also going to get some more water. All right, I need 1 minute. Give me a minute. I'm coming right back. We're going to continue our live coverage, okay? Hang tight here. I'll be right back. I'll be right back. All right, now I am going to put my other earbuds in, hopefully. See if this works. When might we hear something about Arak, about Arak nuclear complex? Israel gave an evacuation order about an hour and 40 minutes ago. I also think it's big news that our whole time on the air tonight, there was one missile launch, about 5 missiles. Only one wave of missiles this past night from Iran. Just one. Oh, oops. Yeah, we're back. Hang on a moment here. Very few updates right now from Iran. See, if you look up this article here, nuclear facilities in Iran on Wikipedia, it lists a bunch of them, and one of them is Arak. Why is this so loud? Shouldn't be that. Oh, I know why it's so loud. Sorry. The Arak area in northwestern Iran has several industrial complexes, some with ties to the nuclear program, and particularly the I-40 reactor under construction and the heavy water production plant, both nearby. These are in the evacuation zone. The Arak area is also thought to hold factories capable of producing high-strength aluminum rotors for IR-1 centrifuges. Oh, look. Here's a picture of the reactor from Nanking 2012 on Wikipedia. That's a picture right there of the reactor, which is not currently in service. But that's where the evacuation. It's right in. That's right in there where the evacuation area is. Usually, once they give an evacuation warning like that, within the next several hours, they will act. It's possible, as some of our viewers were saying, that they want to get rid of it so it's not used later for some nuclear weapons related purpose. But that's where it is. Oh, we were showing you an AP article before that had a Fordo picture in it. The AP article we showed you before, Israel's military warns people to evacuate the area around Iran's Arak heavy water reactor. There were pictures in there, and there was a picture of Fordo. Hey, look at this. This is from that article from AP, and it says, Fordo nuclear site. Within the mountain are 2 enrichment halls, each with centrifuge cascades for a total capacity of about 3,000 centrifuges. Support building. The support building is here. Tunnel entrances. Site checkpoint. Security perimeter. So that's, I assume that's where the bunker buster would go, on the mountain. Hold on a moment. I am not seeing at the moment any new reporting on Arak reactor. I'm checking, and I don't see anything. I don't see anything about it. I don't see any update on it. The New York Times has some reporting about risks from if the U.S. attacks the Fordo nuclear plant. They talk about how Iran could attack American bases around the Middle East, for example, and other American assets within the Persian Gulf and Mediterranean. They say that Iran is skilled at terrorism, also cyber attacks. Also, there's a risk that it would make Iran, it would push Iran to actually develop a bomb in the future. The New York Times says history suggests that nuclear programs can be bombed but not eliminated. Yeah, so the Times says that Trump has to decide whether attacking Fordo and the other Israeli strikes on Iran's nuclear facilities are enough to set back the Iranian nuclear program. This is something I was talking about earlier. Even if they bomb Fordo, how much is the program, could they just in a few years build a nuclear weapon? But, you know, attacking Fordo would certainly seem to delay that. Anyways. The Dark Knight sent me a real-time radiation map. Now, I'm not going to try to do radiation detection on my own, but I appreciate that link there in case I need it in the future. Thank you, The Dark Knight, for messaging me with that. It's called the Geiger Counter World Map. Guys, you can go to it, gmcmap.com. I've never used it, but it says it's a radiation map. So I can tell you that it exists. But I've never used it before. So feel free to look into it yourselves. Thank you to, by the way, Space Fraggle. Would a hit on the Arak facility cause radiation contamination? I don't, from what I've seen online, it's possible there's nothing there to do that, but it's not totally clear what's stored there. So it's not, the reactor is not inactive. So it's very possible, and maybe more likely than not, that there's not some kind of thing there like, I don't know, what would it be, enriched uranium that could cause radiation if there was attacked? But I don't know for sure. I've seen some things online saying, well, we don't know exactly what's there. I don't know that any plutonium would be there. I mean, plutonium would be something that would be produced if it was running. But I don't believe it's ever been running. But again, I have no idea what's stored there. I haven't seen the kind of general concern about, given what I've seen and not seen out there since that evacuation was announced, I would think if there was a widespread concern of radiation leak from an attack on it, that we'd be seeing more concern expressed about it by people who know what they're talking about. I guess that's what I would say. Yeah, I looked up article online that said it would be the bigger threat would be an operating nuclear reactor, which has in which radioactive byproducts were built up. But it's not operating. Yeah, from my amateur quick read, I don't see anything suggesting that there is something there that would at this not in service reactor that would cause radiation danger if bombed. But maybe there is, and I just don't know about it. That's the best I can say. I do think, well, I don't know. I was going to say it would be provocative if they just blew it up, but I don't know that it would be a surprise. Given that they've said this is about attacking Iran's nuclear facilities, that's one of their better known nuclear facilities. TJ thinks they would not have uranium on site without it being completed. Yeah, there's some accounts online, without providing sourcing, are claiming that this has been carried out. But It has. I see no reliable sourcing saying it has. Manny Fabian says the IDF intends to target Iran's Arak heavy water reactor after issuing a warning for residents of the nearby cities of Arak and Khandab in central Iran to evacuate for their safety. So he is with the Times of Israel, and he believes they're going to just target the reactor. When's the last time, whether it's in service or not in service, when's the last time a nuclear reactor got directly attacked in conflict? Has it happened? Oh, yes. So, Operation Opera in 1981, Israel destroyed an Iraqi reactor. Iraq's unfinished reactor. That was 1981. So Google AI said this. I don't know if these are true. Google AI claims that in the first Gulf War, the U.S. Air Force bombed 3 nuclear reactors in an enrichment facility in Iraq. In 2007, that says that Israel bombed a suspected Syrian reactor under construction. And in the Iran-Iraq war, it says that Iraq bombed Iran's Bushehr nuclear plant multiple times. Also, people are pointing out possible Russian attack on Zaporizhia nuclear power plant during the last few years. Also, was Chernobyl ever attacked? I don't know. Can't remember. With like a drone or something? I don't remember. It was struck by a drone in February 2025, I think. I mean, I'm looking at a UN article from February in which it says Ukrainian authorities said that a Russian drone strike struck the former Chernobyl plant. That was at least what the Ukrainian government was claiming in February. Anyway, so it looks like somewhat similar situations have happened before. Human mentioned the Zaporizhia power plant. One of our viewers, I don't want to start talking a lot about doomsday planes, but Daily Mail had a story today that said Trump's emergency command aircraft made a mysterious flight from Louisiana to Maryland Tuesday. One of the doomsday planes. Again. But it does say the fleet of 4 doomsday planes, these airborne control planes, makes routine flights throughout the year to maintain the military's readiness. Some suggested this flight could be related to the situation in the Middle East. I'll post a link to the article if you want to read about it. You can go read about it. The agoraphobic journalist thinks it'll take extra time for Israel to attack the Arak complex because the internet is down, and they'll want to make sure people are getting the evacuation notification. It's an interesting way of thinking about it. It's possible, certainly. Now, the agoraphobic journalist thinks that maybe Iran would know that shutting off the internet would make Israel take more time to attack. I don't know about that. I mean, maybe they might think it's a side benefit, if that's what you're saying. But you do say that also they might want to keep stuff from coming in and out of the country, information. Manny Fabian says Iran has not launched any ballistic missiles at Israel since its last attack just after midnight. So that's 6.5 hours ago. I see, hold on a couple things. This news site I follow, Channel 14 Israel is claiming, it says, Channel 14 Israel says reports in Iran say the Arak nuclear reactor was attacked by Israel. It says these are very isolated reports. Hold on a second. Everything is too loud here. One of these cameras is really loud. Oh, it's probably this one. No, it's not that one. Okay. So Channel 14 Israel says there are reports in Iran claiming that the Arak nuclear reactor was attacked by Israel. But it says that these are very isolated reports. So I can't tell you if this has actually happened. I don't know. The article has a couple photos, but I don't know if those are from today. So again, that's Channel 14 Israel is saying that. Well, we'll see if we hear anything more. Thank you, Brian Beelman, who says, knock out the internet and comms. So nice of you, Brian. Also, Gareth Lewis Pitt, thank you. AKF2996. Nima, thank you, Nima. Mr. Blanks-a-lot, thank you, Mr. Blanks-a-lot. I think I thanked Space Fraggle, and I thank Nexeat. Nexeat, thank you. Sarwar Alta, who I think is in the UAE, thank you. Vanish Perish. Thank you. Adrian Metcalf, thank you. Spooky RN, thank you. Mass Wolf, thank you. Zach Hudson. Zach says, what if it's actually in use? I mean, given that like everything I've read said it wasn't in use, I have a hard time thinking it was in use. I'm not an expert on this stuff, but like every single article I've read said it's not in use. So I have, and the articles don't say, well, it could be in use. So that's the best I can tell you. Thanks, Zach. Also, I believe, well, they had halted inspections there a little while ago. I don't know when exactly, but I would think that'd be something that Israel could tell. Spitfire says the IAEA would know if it's in use, which makes sense to me, but that's the limits of my amateurish knowledge. Thank you, Kelly Me. And Justin. Justin says deployed in the Middle East. Thank you for your service, Justin. Stay safe. Kyle Bass, thanks for watching. Kind of hoping to be on the air to get you some update about the Arak nuclear plant. Feels like a big deal to me if they blow it up. And I think they're going to. Okay, yeah. Oh, geolocation. Hold on a second. John Marquis, who does geolocation stuff, thinks he geolocated it. Let me post a link to John's post. Unconfirmed reports floating around that Israel has struck the Arak nuclear complex, which it ordered evacuated a couple hours ago. So John Marquis, I just posted the link in the chat, but he does geolocation stuff, and he thinks that this picture that's floating around, Channel 14 had this picture of like a big smoke cloud or a big explosion cloud, and he thinks that he's found the location of it, and he thinks it's the right location. I'll post his link in the chat. You know, I should message him. Well, I don't own the rights to that photo anyway, so I can't show the photo. Anyways, I posted the link in the chat. I'll post it one more time. You can go to his feed and see it. So has it happened? I don't know, but I do not know. I still don't know. Raven Knight said, I sent you that picture earlier. That's the picture that Channel 14 was showing. I don't know why there's one picture, and that's it. Again, Channel 14 is claiming it happened. Channel 14 Israel. I'll message John. It was interesting. One of our viewers was saying he or she thought that blowing up Iraq would be sending a message to Iran. Hey, we could do this to Fordo too. Hey, thanks so much to X Farm Girl for the gift memberships. Thank you. Really appreciate it. Thanks also to Beached Iguana for being a new member. Make sure you thank X Farm Girl or someone else if they gave you a gift membership or a gift subscription. She gave 20 people memberships. It's very nice of her. Thanks Pucker War for your subscribing on Twitch, and Koa Goose, and thanks DSPBB for sharing the stream. I do kill, thank you. Thanks for shouting out the mods. Larry Picklejar, thanks. Sir Gamer 120, J Drabble, thanks for your support on Twitch. Das Cool, thank you. Has Israel hit the Iraq nuclear complex yet? We do not know. Yeah, John, I just messaged with John John Marquis, who did that, who did the geolocation, and he said it certainly seems like it's in the area. He can't tell if it's the exact building, but it certainly seems to him like it's in that area. 3 photos? I've only seen... one so far. Maybe I saw a second one? Oh, there's 2 other photos. FJ thinks it was maybe near it and not on the reactor itself. Hold on. I'll send them to John. No, they have other nuclear plants. That one's not even working right now. Supposed to start working, I believe, next year. Then I'm seeing some reports from Iran International that there was some explosions in Murshar, Iran, which is in an affluent area southwest of Karaj City in Iran. Tough to get information now. No internet in Iran. No internet there. Very little information coming out of Iran right now. Barely seeing anything from the media outlets I follow there. Very little. Very little. This reactor in Iraq was controversial because it's a heavy water reactor which produces plutonium as a byproduct that and that plutonium can be used in nuclear weapons potentially. That's what AP says. That would provide Iran another path to the bomb beyond enriched uranium. In 2015, in the nuclear deal, Iran agreed to redesign that facility so that the plutonium produced basically would not be easily usable for nuclear weapons. But I believe they then restricted inspections when they pulled out of the when Trump pulled out of the nuclear deal. I think. Raven Knight says they kicked out the team. I think that happened. Waiting to hear more about that. Guy Elster, who's a reporter I follow, said the same thing. Reports of an Israeli attack in the vicinity of the Arak nuclear facility. FJ thinks the picture is of a strike near the reactor, not the reactor itself. Don't know. This was the warning that they gave right there. That was the warning. Oops. And the reactor is basically right in the middle. That was over 2 hours ago. Joe Trusman, who I follow. Remember I told you this guy John Marquis did a geolocation of that photo of what looks like a smoke column after an explosion where the reactor is, and he said it looks to him like it's in the right area. Joe Trusman, who I follow, said, I first saw the photos about 45 minutes ago, didn't think it was legit, but it appears it is. So he thinks that's a legit photo of the big smoke column, supposedly where something has hit in that Arak nuclear complex area. OSIN Technical cited the same geolocation, who I follow. He thinks it's legit too. Oh, what is this? Oh, no, I thought that was an update. Sorry, no update. I thought we had an update. Al Arabiya says, Iranian media says there are explosions heard in Karaj near Tehran. Maybe some more attacks going on there. K Overcash says, hope it's not a mushroom cloud. I don't think it is. Thank you to Happy Thoughts, Pucker War. Thanks, Mad Vet. Yeah, a bunch of people have asked, how would people know to evacuate if they don't have the internet? So as I've said, I'm guessing they have other means of contacting people like phone calls and text messages. For all I know, they're dropping leaflets or something like that. So they would have to have other ways of letting people know. But I believe in the past they've done calls and texts. Thank you so much, Mad Vet. And Null and Brian Beelman, thanks for the gift memberships. Brian, so nice of you. Brian gave 20 people memberships. Tomer Delshad, Mr. Pickles, Sean Decker, thank you, Sean, from Australia. Miles Collier. But the internet is down in Iran. They have shut the government shut it off. I think a little over 12 hours ago, they shut off the internet. It's not working. Also, there has not been a missile launch in like 7 hours. And there was only one overnight, and it was like 5 missiles. Ken Goal says, turn it back on, Supreme Leader. Thank you, Gaynor, for watching from Queensland, Australia. Thanks, Aaron Van S. and Tommy Sonin for subscribing, and Michael Clayton for subscribing on Facebook. We're still live. I would like to give you news about Arak, the nuclear complex there, which Israel ordered evacuated. Hold on. No, that doesn't help. So I've stayed on a little later than I think we normally would. There's a drone alert going on right now. This is pretty common for that area. Drone alert, Lower Galilee, and some other areas there. Yeah, it's a drone alert right now. There are the drone alerts. They're changing. I believe. That's from So Far Red Alert. TZOFAR. So Far Red Alert now. I don't think any of the drones, from what I understand, no Iranian drones have actually landed. No Iranian drones have actually landed in Israel, as far as I know. Hey, Joe Truzman had a good point. Good point by Joe Truzman. This actually might be a very relevant point for this broadcast. Joe said, I'll show you what he said. Joe says, folks, just a reminder that the internet is very spotty in Iran right now. We may not see much about the Iraq strike. Intel Doge posted about it. Where is he hearing from? Hold on. Is there more coming out about this? I don't see the drone alerts anymore on the SoFar app, SoFar page. Alert stopped, says David Gray. I'm going to give it a couple more minutes here. I'm going to give it a couple more minutes here. Hey, Donna Lauer, thank you so much for the gift memberships. Thank you, Donna Lauer. We'll give it a couple more minutes. I was hoping to be able to update you on the Iraq situation, but I don't know how long it's going to be. I'm quite confident they're going to bomb the site. And it seems like they may have already.